Hello, dupes. How's everybody doing today? Welcome to everybody here. How everyone is having a wonderful day. How the heck are you? Almost combined those two sentences. Kind of stumbled on my words. Hiya, aya. I think I posted everything in the going live areas and whatnot, but hey, everybody will find their way in here eventually. So today, we continue our madness. Last time, we focused on getting the industrial sauna up, and I'm quite happy with the way all this came together. We finally have proper power distribution to our industrial area. Our power grid is looking nice, looking adorable, nice straight lines, everything split up into different bits and pieces. We do have a few awkward little jumpy bits, but that's not really something I care about. It still looks good. You can still tell where the wires are going. I think an indication of a good overlay in this game is, can you follow it? If I were to give this map to another Ani player and say, tell me where the power is going and where the power is coming from, they should be able to look at it and be like, oh, I see the big fat lines over here. Yeah, they connect over here. Now this would be a little awkward, but you can still tell, hey, the fat line is getting jumped over by the small line. Hi, kitty. You want to come say hi? This is part of the ritual now, every stream. In case anybody is unaware, my cat Tachyon likes to make an appearance at least once or twice a stream. Hey, bud. Hiya, Appa. Oh, what are we doing? What are we doing? You're scratching? You're screaming? Just attack. 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 I love this cat. Now, are you going to behave today? I mean, you behave every day, but how long until we start behaving? I wish battery-operated toys lasted longer. I try to find them stuff to play with, and at this point, I'm like, I'm just going to have to get you a brother. Like, I don't have time, space, or sanity for a second kitty at the moment, but when I get all my financial stuff sorted out, I'm probably going to get him a friend, because he loves to play, and between all the time I spend working on stuff and all of the time that I spend sleeping, there's not as much kitty time as he would like. There's still a lot of kitty time. Okay, so what I was saying is we've got a good system going with our power. I'm very happy with the distribution. We don't have any jank setups over here. I'd kind of like to rework this slickster hatchery a little bit, but maybe we'll save that for when my brain craps out and I can't do anything interesting. Same thing with moving, this bit here. We can clean this up a little bit, prep for the eventuality of putting in more ranches. I am sorry, guys. Guess I'm drinking the coffee too fast before I run my mouth. Standard cat behavior. Human is doing an activity. I shall also activity. Yes. I've even tried giving him his own keyboard, because forever he would come and just try and flop on my keyboard. We've kind of gotten away from that, because what happens when he comes on the desk now is I lean back and offer the chest, and he comes up on the shoulder. But before I learned to do that, he would try to flop on the keyboard. So I was like, well, I literally you guys know how desks get. I have clutter everywhere. I don't think I would ever, turn the camera to look at my desk, because it is just bleh. And I legit spent the time to clean all of it off and everything, and put down a keyboard and be like, so when he'd come to try and flop, I'd put him on the keyboard. Like, this is your keyboard. I'll play with my keyboard. You play with your He doesn't want his keyboard. He wants my keyboard. Because, of course, he does. So, anyway, we've got dedicated transformers for our petroleum boiler volcano setup, so all the doors and whatnot just snap into place as necessary. We've got dedicated power going to our slickster hatchery, dedicated power going to our slickster ranches. Actually, the power dedicated to our ranches is also powering this filtration system over here, just to make sure that we don't wind up with anything other than petroleum and crude up here. That's why we also have this overflow tank right here. So we still might do a little power cleanup. I don't think there's ever a time when unless you're done with the planet and every geyser is tamed, every system is automated, and it's been running for hundreds or possibly thousands of cycles, I think you're always going to have little cleanup projects as far as wires and pipes and stuff. So speaking of that, let's get looking over at the pipes. Now, there's a lot going on, so it can look kind of convoluted, but when you kind of zoom in here, you realize there's one big cooling loop that goes through the base. Now, obviously, we've got toilets here, the toilet backup system. That would be a little hard for someone who wasn't the creator of it to see, so maybe future Nether will be a little bit more diligent about doing this setup cleanly, but with the space we're working in and trying to keep it as compact as possible, there's going to wind up being just a little bit of spaghetti right there. But more or less, that just travels around. We've got a cooling loop then for our oxygen and our steam turbines. We're starting to feel that this system up here is reliable and stable enough that we might actually snip out some of these vestigial pipes and button this thing up completely, which is an insane thing that we might be able to do. And then we've got another cooling loop up here, specifically for the thermal injector to keep the water flowing, and for the thermal regulator to make sure that our food stays frozen. Speaking of which, chill. Gotta love it. We could theoretically turn this down a little bit. You know what? Let's crank this puppy down to a negative 100. Maybe we'll get all the way down to that absolute 0 point, but it's not really necessary, but why the hell not? Also, I guess Past Nether queued up some work for our dupes. That's right, that's right. We wanted to clean some of that stuff up. Yeah, entombed, it's supposed to be. So I mentioned on Tuesday that one of the first things we got to do is get this system working properly. This is a temporary system, so I hate to spend time on it. Unfortunately, we don't have any other option. And it does mean I'm going to want to move our little ladder here. How do I want to move our ladder becomes the question. We're going to need space. I'd kind of like to keep this here, but that's not a realistic thing. What if... Okay, so what if... We want this ladder to continue going into here. So what if our way in was basically like right here? Yeah? That means we could put a ladder here-ish. Let's say we put a ladder here instead of here. We'll let them build that before we delete. Hang on a second. Gotta love this California dust. So anyway, this can't be here. This has got to get deconstructed. We don't necessarily need this to be insulated tile, but does it matter? No. Yes. No. Yes. No. No. What we're going to do is we're going to come up to, let's say, here. There? No. Okay, hang on. Strike that. Already screwing up. Let's start over. We're going to want a ladder system here. So, unfortunately, I'm already making mistakes, but that's okay. This is not about maximum efficiency. It's about maximum effort. Not really, but... we don't need this to be anything super crazy. Wait. Can I put the ladder there? Hang on. Let's draw it first, right? Let's say we bring this over. Right? And then we need a way for them to get in. So we could bring this down like that, and I just put a blob of water there. Ooh. You know what? Maybe I didn't screw up. We just do one of those, and put a blob right there. We don't need this to be... fully insulated or vacuumed out or anything. What we need is just for... just to get rid of the possibility of nonsense here. That being said, do we have the tiniest little scrap of oil? 524 grams. Alright, we're going to grab that at one point. In order to not make a mess and put our liquids together, we're going to have to do a few things. This, like I said, is a very... It's going to take a long time to process all of this. but I don't care. We're gonna do a few things. So we're gonna do another one of these nonsensical systems. I feel like these just get spammed everywhere. But what can you do? Such is the nature of Ani. If a system works, just make it all the time. I think I heard a printable go off. So, where do I want to put this? Let's say we put this here. Because we're going to need it to go into a sensor, into a shutoff, and then overflow back down to here. We're going to use a high-pressure vent down here. We need a gas pipe element sensor to go here, and we need a gas shutoff to go here. We slap down a pipe that comes out to, let's say, Ba. We're going to grab our automation wire. Guys, I don't know if it's because I've been doing all this crazy automation in this game, but I am feeling the factory vibe. I really can't wait for Satis to come out with their new update. I'm feeling the factory vibe, feeling it hard. The pull of the automation is big. I've been watching a lot of Satisfactory videos and Dyson Sphere program videos. I have Dyson. It's a cool game, in theory, but I go through the same thing with that I go through. Hang on. Is this right? Nope. Hang on. Let me rework that. I go through the same thing with Dyson that I go through with Factorio. In theory, I like the idea of the game. I really do. The problem arises for me when you got to move around the little guy. I don't like moving the little guy. I like either first person on those, which is odd because I'm not really a first person type of guy in general. So I'm not sure what it is, but I enjoy Satis because, I don't know, the movement is fun. Even though there's some janky-ass mechanics to it, the movement feels really fun. But for me, I don't know why that's so big, but there it is. For me, I run into a problem when moving around the little character. Factorio and Dyson. Sometimes the execution is just a bit off. Yeah, and like, I watch it, and I know a lot of people like that style. And I don't think that it's broken or wrong or anything. It's just not how I like to play. Like, if I could go into Dyson or Factorio and delete the little character that moves around and just full-on have Overwatch, I think I would enjoy it. Or if I could be in the eyes of the character like Satisfactory with movement. The problem I have is that the characters feel slow. And not slow like, well, that's intentional because, you know, they don't want you to have everything right away. They want you to upgrade the suit and all that, upgrade the mech, upgrade the person, whatever the case may be, you know, because that's part of the game, is getting the guy moving faster. But it's the same reason I don't play Valheim. I just feel like when it starts out, they move so slow that it's like, it's not enjoyable for me. So, you know what I think I want to do, though? I think I do want to bring this up by 1? Yeah, that'll do. So, again, nothing against the game, the style, anything like that. It just, I tend not to like it. I've considered forcing myself to get into it for Dyson. Hi, Julie! How you doing? Let's do a shout out for Julie Pixels. Julie Pixels. I'm sorry you lost a dupe yesterday, Julie. I was there for that. I was lurking for most of your stream. I was trying to pop in and say things when I could. I'm doing pretty good. Doing pretty good. Yeah, Julie had a casualty on her playthrough and started over last night. I don't blame you. It's been a long time since I've lost a dupe. Like, I can't remember. I think the last time... Ooh, tack attack. I think the last time I lost a dupe was on my first long-term stream playthrough where we had, like, hundreds of hours and, like, we were conquering the planet. Kitty Bazooka. Hey, buddy. Hey, buddy. How you doing? You want to just stay there for the whole stream? We could be a two-headed giant. There's a baby. Hey, bud. He likes this. I don't know why. He likes Papa's shoulders. Hi. One day, Now, I've told this story before. When this little boy came into my life, which is a whole story in and of itself, which I'll tell. All right, Bob. When he came into my life, it was because somebody abandoned him in the alleyway. And my roommates that live out in the guest house, I guess not roommates, house, whatever, it doesn't matter. Basically, they found him and were like, hey, Nether, we'd like to find this little guy a home. We know you know the local cat lady, because of course I do, and that you love cats. Is there any way you could help us find him a home? I was like, hell yeah, let me meet the little fella. I'd love to help find a good kitty a home. I love kitties. And so, ooh, actually, you're going to be good over here. Let's move you. So I fell in love. Love at first sight status. You know, he came into my life and I was like, this is my boy. You don't have to look for a home. He's home. All you got to do is watch him for the next, 15 minutes while I run to the store and get cat litter. And so that's what I did. And you know what? I don't even want that there. I don't even want that there. We're going to delete that too. They can come through here if they absolutely need to. They'll come down, they'll come over, boop, boop. So got him into my life that way. He's been with me about 3 years now, I think. And wonderful kitty. Absolutely wonderful kitty. But day one, and part of my whole I know I made the right decision. He sat in my lap all day. Tiny little ball, barely bigger than a full handful. He was just, I could basically hold him in one hand with a little kitty overflow. Not that I would, risk it, anything. Anyway, point is, small little boy. He sat in my lap the entire day while I gamed. The entire day. All day, in my lap, just purring and being happy to be alive. And so, I was like, oh, I knew I made the right decision already, but the fact that he was doing that, I was like, all right, this is my boy. He's never sat in my lap while I gamed again. Not for longer than 5 minutes. Zed! What's going on? Zed, you have no idea how stoked I am for this multiplayer satisfactory thing. I was up last night doing math and playing and working on my start. I started a new save just because I was like, when we go live with that stuff, I was like, I want to know what I'm doing. I want to have goals. I want to have thoughts. I want to have some stuff. I was watching a video, which I posted a couple of videos up in the Discord that really go over fluid dynamics and how to avoid backflow problems and pressure drop and all of that stuff. So when we start doing systems in the game, whether it's together, I'm probably going to do a single player playthrough as well when it comes out. But either way, I'm in that hungry for knowledge phase right now. By the way, we got to shout out Zed. Motherfucker over here is just kicking ass and taking names. Shout out Zed3900. I think that'll work. I think I fixed Frosty. Excellent. Guys, go check out Zed. Wonderful human being, and has offered to host a community server for Satisfactory when it releases 1.0. When we're over 500 grams, turn that on. And then Zed and Killer. Coming in to say hi and moving is going great, but damn, 100. You're moving in 100 plus heat? Holy shit. Let me see if the other cooldown is up for Killer over here. I was thinking about that. I was like, Killer's not here, the first 30 seconds. I wonder what's going on. Totally forgot you were moving. Not that I forgot, but I wasn't really thinking about it. And I was like, oh, right. What am I doing? So anyway, I'm real pumped for Satisfactory. Not to talk too much about another game while we're playing Ani, but we're working on a pretty simple system here, so it's not like it's difficult to talk and play at the same time. Working on this nonsense over here, that was problematic. Speaking of which, the moment we get done here, we got to get coolant into our refinery. Now that this place is set up, these are the two main projects because the same thing. We need ceramic to make more metal refineries, because now that this is an industrial sauna and we're not cooling it, we have to make them out of ceramic or something better than ceramic. So we barely got one up last time, and we've got 0 kilos of ceramic. Our little drips and drabs clay system over here, had I set this up day friggin' 1, probably would have been fine to get us the basics of what we need, but we're going to set up this bad boy over here. Now, I'm going to risk this. 260 grams. There should be no overflow. If there is, we'll do, you know, extreme measures, but, you know, I don't have time for this. Ain't nobody got time for nonsense. Petroleum, get on that thing. So, anyway, we need this to be making ceramic. We don't need a ton of ceramic, but especially if we want to start getting into setting up for our rocketry program, which I mentioned, we definitely want to get to petroleum rockets with, Jesus, I don't even know. Hey, buddy. What's up, bud? You are so handsome. There's a lot of changes we got to do. Lot of changes. All right. I'm going to get a little crazy. Let's just take a hot second here. I'm going to go in here. We're going to switch one of these to molten slicksters. Right? And what I'm going to do is I'm going to go in here and we're going to add molten slicksters to all the equations in here. Because I realized one of the things that we do need to do is make sure that we're getting enough petroleum for our eventual rocketry program. Now, this whole thing is going to be sloppy as shit because the petroleum is going to stack on top, but eventually it should all slosh its way over here, and our pumps are doing a thing. I might have to actually turn this one on full time and just, you know, suck this place dry. Not a bad idea, actually. But the reason I want to do this is we could definitely use to have more petroleum in our lives. All of the petroleum we're processing here is going to go into power. So if we want to actually siphon any off for a rocketry program, we either have to shut down some of our power so that we're not processing all of it into power, or we need to generate additional petroleum. So we could either spend the next, like, two or three sessions making a whole other petroleum boiler, then waiting another session or two for it to all, like, come online, and then pumping and blah, blah, blah. Or we could allow molten slicksters to incorporate into this mess and then use the petroleum they're putting out. We just might have to adjust some of our pumping and piping. Stretch and posture check. What's up, Mr. Crow? Ooh, good pop, good pop. Okay. No, I didn't see a hydrate on there, but we are going to give one of those away for free because we need the hydration in our lives. I haven't set up the redemption for exercise yet, but it is on my post-it notes here, so we'll get that done. Now check that out, guys. This is why I designed this and why I was stoked to get over to powered incubators. The moment we switched this son of a bitch picked up an egg and stuck it in there. The sales are high and tight and kicking ass. How the hell are you, Mr. Crow? And our overflow is getting... Yeah, we need to switch over to actual, like, proper powered petroleum system, our filtration systems here. We're winding up with crude in our overflow. This happens because of the nature of these style of low power, low tech solutions. When you load the game, these will almost always break for 1 or 2 game ticks. That is why you eventually do want to switch over to the ones that suck power. It's like, why would you ever spend, what is it, 240 watts of power? 120. Why would you ever spend 120 watts of power when you could spend 10? The answer is load. When we load, we glitch. It can cause all sorts of problems. There have literally been worlds that I've been playing in where when I load in, there's like a checklist of like, okay, before we hit press play, snip this pipe, snip this pipe, snip this pipe, press play, wait a beat, reconnect the pipes, because otherwise they would break. So that's why we eventually switch over to the powered ones. If it broke, do fix it? Yeah. I mean, you know, I stole the line from Francis John, but if there's a problem with a system, throw power at it. Buddy, what's up? Hi. Shoulder? 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 There we go. That's a good boy. Hey. Hey. Be cute. So I talk a lot of times about the things we learn in playthroughs because I think it's important to learn in playthroughs. It's one of the reasons I was just talking about, like, doing the math over in Satisfactory and trying to come up with a good start. I love this system I came up with here where everything just drops to the bottom and sloshes over to one side. But I didn't take into account the petroleum. And if I had it to do over, we're not fixing this. I would actually make this 2 or 3 deep before we started any of our builds. I would probably, I mean, given the spacing of our oil reservoirs and our neutronium, the mesh tiles would come up by 1 and I'd leave a space underneath, or, 2 layers of mesh tiles if we were really trying to be flagrant with the use of our resources beyond that with which we've already gone overboard. But more or less, that's the deal. So let me go in here. Breathable gas, polluted oxygen. And let's go and check out why this is not working. Oh, you need to overflow up to here. But we haven't set up the overpressurized situation yet. So yeah, that would be something I'd do a little different, because I didn't think about the fact that crude and petroleum would layer on top of each other. And I don't think it would happen, but that offers us up a situation where we might potentially drown our lower group of slicksters. Have a wonderful stream, Nether, and weather stats is supposed to be 107. Jesus. Dude, check in with us from time to time, Killer. Let us know how you're doing. I want to make sure you and Laz don't get heat stroke. So check in with us every couple of hours or so if you can, and definitely let us know when you're finished. I'm going to worry about you. I come from an Italian family, so I always say that I worry like an Italian grandma, because I do. So I care about the people that I'm friends with, and that I care about my people. All right, sounds good. Yeah, be safe, dude. Make sure you drink plenty of water. Make sure you... yeah, basically, make sure you guys drink plenty of water. Make sure you take frequent breaks, go into the shade, stretch, because when you get dehydrated, it can really screw your muscles up. I might not know much about, like, proper exercise and everything, but I do know about the stuff that that can hurt you if you don't take care of it. So okay. So let me explain what we got going down here. Just quick minor adjustments, right? We want the polluted water to off-gas into polluted oxygen so that the deodorizers turn sand into clay. Buddy. No. You break things when you do that. We can't have that. Calm down. I love you. Calm down. Calm. No zoomies. Love him. I don't mind when he climbs up on the desk, comes to say hi, but sometimes he gets zipping around, and I know that's because I don't play with him enough. I'm trying, but I can't let him do that, because he destroyed a $700 speaker one time. Just because he was running so fast, he jumped onto the speaker and then went to jump somewhere and kicked the speaker off the table. It hit the ground with a big kaboom, and that was it. Speaker's dead. I mean, I know enough to know that it's probably like some of the components like broke off the board, and if I opened it up and resoldered the board or blah blah blah, like the speaker itself is probably still good. The casing's not like snapped in half or anything, but I don't have the knowledge or wherewithal or the money to invest into repairing it or getting a new one. It was back from the days of my studio production. Anyway, I was explaining this system. We vacuum it. We make sure that it's separate from out here because we need to be able to control pressure. That's what this Atmos sensor is about. If it's above 500 kilos of pressure in here, this pump is going to turn on and start pushing stuff through. We filter it. Again, this is a cheap filter because this one is not super important. Even if a little polluted oxygen get in here, it's not going to be the end of the world. Dupes will eventually breathe it, or we'll eventually set up a filtering system to get rid of it. So anything that's not polluted oxygen is just going to get vented into the base because, like I said, I give zero shits. If it's polluted oxygen, it's going to get pushed back down under here where the deodorizers are. I don't remember what this overpressure's at. So basically, this thing is going to suck gases out of here. And that will mean that this stuff will never overpressure. And these things will always be working to clear stuff. I think we actually have to go a little bit more than this. Let's go down to 250. We might make some adjustments to it, but it's not super important. And so more or less anything that's not polluted oxygen gets shoved out here. That's going to be... We've got some carbon dioxide in here and some oxygen in here. Realistically, once the system is running long enough, it's just going to be oxygen and polluted oxygen in here. The polluted oxygen off gases. These things eat it, turn it into oxygen and clay. The oxygen gets pumped out, and this continues to work over and over again like that. So right now it's inert down here because we're just not pulling out stuff fast enough. So this should eventually do the trick. Because we're making sure the air pressure is low enough in here that this stuff can off gas. That also means that this high pressure vent should never be overpressured. Probably could have even gotten away with a regular vent, but screw it. We're making a little bit of plastic now, so bing, bang, boom, that's in. Off gassing is 0. All right, now we're starting to get it. We're starting to get our pressure down low in here. Now, we could just leave this on constantly, but I'm trying to be a little bit conscious about automation. Like I said, the factory bug has definitely sunk its teeth into me lately. And, you know, as such, I'm enjoying putting together automation and priorities and all of that. So that's sorted. Let's get ourselves some coolant, and then let's fix up this sorting system over here, make some adjustments to our pumps. And then we should be able to start working on our Oh, somebody redeemed hydrate, so thank you. Thank you guys for lurking, too. I appreciate it. You guys have made this absolutely wonderful. I never thought it would be possible to, like, do all of this, the streaming thing. This is ugly. This is ugly, right? We could make it smaller. I feel like that decreases efficiency, but this is ugly as sin. I just don't like it. Like, it'll work. It's just, there's just a part of me that I can't accept it, guys. I can't accept it. We don't need to make it smaller. It's probably going to tank out the efficiency a little bit, but I just can't have this looking that ugly. We're going to do this. Much cleaner. Like I said, it'll probably knock out some of the efficiency, but I've been watching a lot of IM Kibitz, and, you know, there's a rule of cool, so to speak. Sometimes it doesn't matter as much if you're perfectly efficient. Sometimes you just want your system to look good, you know, because, you know, sometimes you just do. I do believe our water system here is working. As I said last time, I'm extremely proud of this whole system. It took a long time to work all the kinks out, figure all the little bits and bobs out so that we could, like, really trust it to work. And we put in the last part of the equation with all the automation last time. So we're getting water pumping down to our oil wells. We're maintaining gas. We're maintaining pressure here. We're recycling heat in the power. And eventually this tank is going to fill up and things are going to start overflowing into this infinite storage here, meaning we're going to have plenty of extra water in there. And eventually that should mean that we could support at least 16 dupes on our planet, meaning we could have a team of 10 with 6 trainees ready to go to another planet. That's kind of the goal of this place. We've got 11 people at the moment, so we do kind of need to bring on some more recruits. We've got 2 people of that 11 training up in the gym. I think by the mid to end of stream point, we might be able to start sending them over to our second planet. I think Meep is just about cooked. Where is Meep? Meep is at 7 points. Meep is going to be a digger. Meep's basically going to be a digger and a builder. Or a digger and a farmer. That's right, digger and farmer. And then Ren over here is going to be a builder and a mechatronics engineer. Yeah, they're a good team. Now, Ren, again, if anybody wants to name these dupes, these 2 are definitely staying in the run. They're going to be our first candidates to go to the second planet. Not even candidates. This is our second planet crew. This is the start of our second planet crew. So Meep and Ren can both be named if you guys want to redeem the points. Again, Meep is going to be a digger and a farmer on our second planet. Might have him do a little side and ranching, just because going up the farm tree, they could get the critter ranching 1, which means they'll at least be able to move some things around. Ren is going to go over there as well, build, tinker, and do some cleaning and plumbing stuff. Ren's got a lot more time he needs to cook in the gym. Theoretically, I would be looking to bring these guys out at 15 to 16 athletics around there. We're at 11 with Meep over here. But it also matters how many skill points they have. Meep's up to 7. So if we were to do the math on this, this gets us diamond and obsidian digging. I don't even know that we're going to have to go that far because we really, we need abyssalite for sure. So that's 1, 2, and then 3, 4. Well, we don't even need to go into crop tending 2. It's plus to agriculture, which is nice, but it's okay if he's a little slow. It's not like he's going to be doing crops for 1,000 dupes or anything. It's going to be him and Ren. And maybe we'll thaw out the Frozen Friend, although I'm not a fan of random dupes. I'm particular about my dupes, if you haven't noticed. So that's 4 of the points, and he's got 3 already that we can scrub out. Those 3 can go into improved carry, rocket piloting, suit sustainability. I'd like to get him 1 more point. Now, exosuit training does mean this stuff, suit sustainability, the durability on suits doesn't deteriorate as much. That's not as much what I'm worried about because they're not going to be wearing suits first thing over there. They are going to get that boost to athletics, though. That's going to be an extra 2. Same thing over here. That's going to be an extra 2 to athletics. So their athletics are pretty tight already, and by the time we actually send them over there, but I'd like to leave them in here to get at least 1 skill point because the better the athletics, the less downtime they have running back and forth. And we still have plenty of little projects we can do over here. So let's do them. All right, we're already getting clay. That's good. We don't seem to be fully snagging everything here. All right, screw it. If it is above 30 grams, turn it on. Let's get this show on the road. Let's get this boat on the ocean. What else? It's driving me crazy that these background tiles are over here because that's materials. I want those. Not for any particular reason, just because I'm crazy like that. Oh, right. We need coolant. Hang on. Should I offset this? And what I mean by that, should I just do like that? No. We're going to leave this like this. We'll leave that like that. Okay, Nether, stop fucking around. Stop fucking around and get some shit done. We could just bleed off of our main line, but I like the way this is working, and I don't want to fuck it up. This is the whole reason we started putting in additional lines over here. We're going to have to build some more temporary ladder systems to get this working. Where do we want to put those temporary ladder systems? I mean, not even necessarily. We need to not have temporary ladder systems. We need to actually build some stuff in here, but at the moment... So let's say we come over here. That's fine. That can come up through here. Technically, we don't really even need this to be insulated, but I'm gonna make it insulated just for the hell of it. How badly do I want to meter this? I kind of want to meter this. So let's meter this. Just because we have the power, let's not be lazy. So we're going to go to a liquid meter valve. We'll make this out of steel because we make everything out of steel because that's what we do. over here in our industrial sauna. We're going to go, actually, we'll leave that snipped for now. I do believe you need power. We're right there near the power, so boop that in there. And we'll let them build all that. What that's going to let us do is fill this thing. I believe it's 800. It's 400 for batch, and it has an 800. So we want 2 batches worth of liquid in there. We want them to batch so that it outputs and starts looping through and deleting heat, and then do a second batch so that that's ready to go through, and then as soon as the first batch comes back in, we'll see how quickly all this stuff processes. It might take, I might have to go back to the ugly pipe design. I mean, this pipe design isn't super sexy, but I do like that it fits in that like 3 wide space in the same width of the machine. We could theoretically reroute these a little bit, like have this go up and around. It might be difficult. Could we though? Could we? And that would give us a little space here. I might do that later. I'm considering now that we're at this point that I might, hey Mac, what's going on? How the heck are you? I'm considering doing a handful of things off camera with this world, just because we are getting to that point where it is kind of getting a little out of control with the number of things we're doing. So, I don't know. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, we're going to need another ladder. Let's say there and there. I'm doing pretty good. Doing pretty good, gotta say. Very happy with this world. Very happy with the RimWorld playthrough yesterday. We went, what, like a half hour, hour late? I think a little over a half hour late yesterday because we got a raid of Miltors at the end. And of course, I forgot that I had EMPs, so I did it the hard way. But everything worked out fine. Our ghoul did a bunch of work. We've got 2 colonists out on some trades. We're starting to get on this playthrough, in this game, we're starting to get our ceramic production going. We don't really have a lot of polluted water. Well, this is just basically leftover polluted water from some nonsense. Okay. So we've got them building the line to inject coolant into our production. We've got clay getting produced. We've already got a little bit more ceramic. We'll get a second setup of this stuff going, and we'll start running processing on materials again. Mostly steel. We got 13.8 tons, but you can never have enough steel. Okay. Okay, Drecos are starting to come online. We even took some time to make private bedrooms for everybody. These are the bare minimum size for private bedrooms at 24 tiles. They have to be 4 tall. They need to be 24 tiles. So 6 wide, 4 tall, that's your 24 tiles. It's a +3 morale versus a barracks, which is a +1. So each dupe gets an additional 2 morale just because they have a private bedroom. Green Thumb's got green wedges in here as per Aya's request for her boy. And we finally remembered to level our second cook into grilling, so they're actually grilling now. I don't like this setup right here, because they got to jump up and down, but, you know, we did the things we did. I'll come up with better setups in the future. Alright, sounds good, Mac. Thank you for watching the videos. I know you're more of a RimWorld Sea Ice person, so I appreciate you coming in and saying hi on an Ani day. Oh, before I forget, at least the big stuff moved because our moving company is here helping us. Oh, good, good. You've got help. Excellent. Wonderful. That's good. I'm glad. Okay, so we're making ceramic, and we're just waiting for our dupes to do a little buildy over here, a couple of more tiles. Let's speed that along, because I just want to get that sorted before we move on to other projects. I'd like to get rid of this, like, dead space no man's zone in here. I wanted to make sure, when we rebuilt this section here, we wanted to make sure that we just didn't have weird pockets of stuff collecting in here, so we shifted the door over. I just haven't dealt with it because this shit's like 50, 60 degrees, but I might literally just crack this open and let it start falling down here since we're not as worried about heat right now. Alright, this meter. I believe this thing goes up to 500 kilos, so we're going to start it on 400 kilos and do that twice. Oh, good, that's working. So, that is coming around from there. That should let exactly 400 kilos in. We do that twice, and then we've got 2 batches of oil, or 2 batches of coolant. We're using hot petroleum as coolant. We're not going to worry too much about all of this. We're going to set that at 150. We're trying to run this place on a little on the hot side. And also something I want to check. I think we have finally, with the radiant pipes running into these generators, I finally, because I've been screwing that up forever, have a system where this stuff actually boils off quick enough. That being said, we don't need these 2 tiles right here at all. So we're going to snip those. Just because I've been flagrantly using some of the materials here, and I want to make sure I'm at least reasonably material efficient for some of this, because we're starting to run low on copper. I know that's an insane thing, but we're not on a massive planet, so we don't have infinite copper. So we might as well be a little reasonable about it. Okay, so some of this is going a weird direction. Doesn't matter. It'll sort itself out once we get rid of this. Alright, did we do the first 400? We did. So, reset. It'll allow another 400 through. Push it through. God, I can't wait for Satis to release 1.0. I really can't. I can't even express how excited I am about that. Deconstruct this bad boy. I learned so much. Like, I thought my last playthrough was going to be kind of like my satisfactory home. Like, I put so many hours and so much learning into it and everything. And I was like, this is the playthrough. I had a lot more to learn. Probably still have a lot more to learn. I really like, as amazing as my mass oil and plastic factory is, it's just not quite what it could be. So, we're gonna do better. We can build him better, faster, stronger. More or less, that's what we're trying to do here, is do that. Now, this plastic needs to be swept up at the highest priority. This can get deconstructed. We can go into these. We can deconstruct these. Now, how do I want to deal with all this extra petroleum in this line? I know how we could deal with it. Ooh, the beauty of having pipes everywhere. We're just going to do a quick little snip here. This is not an optimal solution, but that'll get it back in. Will it? No? How about that? There we go. We just got to make... Oh, right. Well, you know what? It's not that important. Let's go like this. That'll sort itself out. We'll reconnect that for our processes. What we'll do, we'll just connect this in here. It'll slightly overfill those pipes, but not worried about it. Excellent. Very excellent. I mean, we could just leave it in the pipe, actually. You know what? You know, yeah. Let's just leave that in the pipe. Why? Because we're going to be putting in a second refinery, so we might as well be prepared for when that happens. I think this is going to be in the way a little bit, but it's fine. It's fine. We're just going to leave that there. Just going to leave that there. What else did I say we wanted to do before we got into new project? Oh, fix this. We want to fix this. We want to use proper sorting. So let's work that out on pause. I'm getting a little bit more confident in doing things the way I like to do them and not worrying too much about outward pressure about things. So realistically, we're just going to replace these whole systems with stuff like this. That's going to go there, and this is going to go here, right? So what we're going to have is we're going to have basically these side by side with the, and that'll be the overflow. And then same thing's got to happen here. So I think this winds up being something like... Now, this is not the location. I just want to make sure. I think this winds up being something like this. Right? And then these come out and combine to an overflow. Actually, no. Not here. That's why I like to do this. These are not in the right position. That's right. These outputs are everything else. The yellow ones are the ones we want to go up like this and then do this whole bridge on thing. The overflow... So this is going to be more or less our system. The thing is, we could kind of change up the way the pipes go, and we could run it backwards. Like backwards to what it is right now. So right now the stuff is coming up this way, going this way, and then having to cut back across. I think once we reconfigure this, we're also going to move this to here, just to make use of the awkward space here. So I think it would behoove us, big words, to, instead of bringing these pipes up here and going this way and looping back, I think it would make more sense if we ran them along here and brought them up basically here, and then ran them right to left. That way the overflow system could go that way. Temporarily, we could still drop it down here. But I think all in all, that would be good. What that does mean, though, is we're going to need to shut some of these systems down. But let's put the vertical pipes in first. If we're putting these up here like that, so what we're going to want is... Okay, so we've got 2 inputs per, right? All right, this is going to be interesting. Okay, so one line has to go in right here. Then the other line needs to go in 2 tiles over. So rather than there, it needs to be there. So we're going to wind up with an offset, right? And then same thing is going to happen 2 tiles over. No, 3 tiles over. No, 2. So that's there. Then 1, 2, 3. So this is going to be offset like... Oh, it's only actually going to be these. That we could actually put this here, because that second line shouldn't have any petroleum on it. Our first line of petroleum is coming in from our boiler, so we only have 1 input here. That might become problematic, and we might need to set up a second area for petroleum. Not the worst thing in the world, honestly. But yeah, I think this is kind of the configuration we got to go with. It is a lot smaller, as you'll notice, but actually... So we'll have 2 of these right up against it. Then we'll have a space. Then we'll have to do the piping. Okay, I know what we got to do. I just wanted to get an idea where these pipes should come up so that we don't congest this area more than it needs to be. So we could have one pipe literally come straight up here and the other one comes straight up here. So this is kind of our location. The question then comes down to, how do we want it to look? I know this sounds insane, but I might just kind of cheekily run it up the doors and then run it up the doors. It'll hide the pipes considerably. I'm just trying to decide if I care. Do we care? We're just talking about the rule of cool, is what I'm learning about watching Kibitz's channel. So maybe we should. Or do we want them to come all... You know what? I kind of just want them to come across the bottom and then straight up to where they're going. So, what we're talking about there is... running a pipe like that, and then running a pipe up this way. right? Yeah. Okay, so that's where our pipes are going to be. We can have them start working on that. And then we're just going to draw a lot of pipe in. Because we're going to need it to go all the way up there. Seems like there's pipes there. So we can kind of delete what we don't need and then use the existing pipes. That'll make that far simpler and far cleaner. We're going to need to bridge over stuff. And you got to make choices in games like this, right? Do we use a bridge on this pipe? And the easy choice is no, because they would overlap, and that can't happen. I'd love if you could overlap bridges. So we're going to bridge over like that. We're also going to... I'm happy we're leaving a space like this. It's good to leave spaces, either 1 or 2 spaces between parallel pipes if you think you might be running other pipes. Just because that makes it easier to bridge over, but, you know, as we were just talking about, you make choices. You could always add additional bridges for them to go under. Some people like to prioritize, you know, like, these pipes will always go over, these pipes will always go under. Whatever conventions you use to sort these type of things out, just use whatever feels right for you. I'm going to snip these pipes and let them drain, because that's going to make our life easier. So these pipes are going to drain out. This is going to back up a little bit. We might change this to just suck this whole place dry. I'm always trying to be reasonably power efficient, but at a certain point, you just got to be like, screw power efficiency. We want to get some shit built. So once these lines drain out here in a second, we'll speed it up just a little. Oh, you know what? You know what? I forgot. We got to cancel that shit. That shit doesn't need to be there. Once these pipes drain out, we'll slow it back down and start deleting out some of these systems. Alright, there we go. The crude is in. So we are going to delete. We're going to put this on buildings, not everything. We're going to delete this stuff here. We're going to go into our overlay here, and we're going to delete these bridges. I'm going to snip that for now. And 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So they are going to need to be able to step up to finish building that. We'll give them a ladder to do such. Automation wires can also go over here. We're not going to need those. Slow that back down now. So let's do, as Francis would say, a little bit of judicious snipping. So we're going to go in here. We're going to grab our liquid filters. We're going to make them out of steel, of course. That one is quite literally going to go there. The output on this SOB is actually going to go this way. And then we're going to drop another one of these here. The idea being that this will flow upward to here. That will flow into there. Whoops. Nope. This is why we pause when we do things like that. I'm offsetting that by the wrong space. I'm putting the in into the out. We don't need that. We also have to be conscious of whether or not... Okay, so that output needs access, right? So this is theoretically going to go here. This is an output here. So we're going to have to take into account that we might want to pull oil out there. That's the whole reason that thing was there. Then this is going to go this way into another liquid filter made of steel. And that's going to go here. This is what I'm talking about, like wanting to get liquids out. So if this goes here, we run into a situation where this becomes difficult to get out unless we jump it over. And we're going to be putting a system in under here, so jumping it over is going to be a little difficult. So let's make some decisions. We can just right angle this, but this pipe I want to be used. We might just drop this system down a little bit. It won't be as space efficient, but let's actually consider what that means. So I'm going to let them finish deleting these actually. We'll cancel these for a hot second. Deconstruct that bad boy. Okay. It's funny because this is mildly... So, like I was talking about how I'm like super in like factory mode. This is the, that's where this game is kind of like that weird junction between colony builder, survival, and factory. And I think that depending on how long you like to play a session kind of separates you into the different categories of what type of player you are. I mean, there's multiple categories. There's as many categories as there are players. But I think the people that like the early game in Ani are more the survival colony builder vibe, and the people that like late game in Ani are more the logistics factory type vibe, as far as, you know, the spiciness of the brain. Because I love late game Ani. Yeah, sometimes the stress of starting a new world is fun. It's like, oh man, how are we going to overcome these obstacles given to us by the planet and our own dupe stupidity? Athletics, science, agriculture, can't do cooking, unconstructive, no machinery. You know what? I don't like any of you. I don't really need the mirth leaf, but hey, let's grab that because the dupes are pretty useless there. How's Jonathan doing? Jonathan's only got 28 cycles till their next activity, and tank is looking good. So, yeah, as per usual, Francis John's designs come through again. So, a lot of piping over here, a lot of piping. What are we going to do with this piping? So, we want to be able to get stuff out here and get stuff out here. We also want to run 2 parallel lines to get stuff in. Okay. Now, I personally really like the idea of being able to put down... Okay, let's start with what we like, and if we have to delete stuff, we'll go back and delete stuff. I like this being here. I think it's a great spot for the liquid filter because it goes right up there. That being said, that means that in order to get out here, we've got to jump over. So maybe, just maybe, we skip a line between our next filters. That way we can put a jumper over this, right? No, that's not going to be clean at all. You wouldn't think that this would be that complicated, right? All right. We're gonna have to get creative on pause here. So let's say we provide output for both of these. We're gonna draw it, right? Let's say that we provide these 2 lines of output, right? And then we need to get input here and input here. Actually, this is not output. This is output here and output here. Because, yeah, okay, so one of these pumps is dedicated. There's an input and an output pump dedicated to the petroleum boiler. So we've got to accommodate 2 outputs. This petroleum output and this crude output. So this crude output, if we brought this down through here, right, that gives us that. Now let's say, just for the sake of it, that we want this pipe to be able to go that way theoretically, and same thing with this one. We want this to be able to go this way theoretically. That puts us into this situation. You know? So that makes it difficult for us to get things in, because of course it does, because I can't possibly make systems that are reasonable. Huh. So if we cancel that and we do a little snip here, because that's our petroleum line, and then we go in and we figure out that we're going to do that if we want to get stuff out. So that jumps over that line, right? So, petroleum output, crude output for our secondary pumps. Excellent. Wonderful. Fantastic. That means that our filters, they're going to need to come in. That guy's going to need to be there. And that's a problem because we can't jump right from that over this, and we can't... Okay, so this is a weird little knot that we're going to have to not have problems with. Very, Maybe we reassess how we're going to do this entirely. Rather than having a horizontal filter system, what if we had a vertical filter system? And then I'm going to probably want to move these lines. Okay. I have started so many colonies and finished none. Yeah, Zed, I don't even know if you can consider any colony finished. Even if you get the credits screen, you know. I mean, maybe if you load every single dupe you have into a rocket and send them through the tear, you could consider it done. But theoretically, you could still print more dupes and keep going, right? So we need 2 filters worth of crude and 1 filter worth of petroleum. And then an overflow for all 3 of those, right? Huh. I'm just trying to make sure that we're, like, forward compatible. That's the name of the game here, right? Which is probably a terrible, terrible way to do all of this. But what if we do something like that? And yeah, now that these both go this way, but it does get it out of the way. You know, that could work because we could always go down to go right at that point, right? So what's the piping overlay? F6. F6. Let me remember that. Let me put it this way. I'm nowhere close. Yeah. I mean, are you having fun though, Zed? If you're having fun, you're playing the game right, right? Welcome back. Guess who's back? Back again. Oh, crazy fucking story, guys. Not necessarily my story. Check this out. There's like a private listening party going on in LA, which is where I live, for Eminem's new record. So they do this a lot out here, and so they basically put out the word that they were going to select 10 people to come to this private listening party for the new album. Apparently, like they said, he's not going to be there himself, but whatever. Sometimes they lie about that so shit doesn't get out of control. My roommate got picked. Of all of the people in LA who like called in and went nuts trying to get into this, there's 10 people allowed in that can, so 20 because they can each bring a guest. My roommate got picked. And so that's where he is today. He's at Dennis, yes. Dennis got picked, and so today he's at the private screening of the new Eminem album. I was like, I'm not even a hip-hop rap, like, you know, of all of them, I think Eminem is pretty cool. Like, but I don't listen to that stuff at all, unless I'm like with someone and I'm like they're doing. I will. But I was sitting there and he's telling me about it, and I was like, holy fucking shit, bro! Like, do you know how do you know the odds on that? Like, not even the music itself, just the math behind what has to happen for you to be selected. That's fucking insane. I didn't know that guy still made music. Neither did I. Apparently his last few albums were like a flop because Dre didn't do the production on the beats or whatever, but whatever. Okay, so if this is the case, but yeah, I thought that was super cool. So if this is the case, We could set up our first crude filter here, but then we can't stack them like this. Huh. Oh, right. We don't need to. We need to stack this here, and then this one has to be here. Right. And that would come up through here. That would come through there. And that would come there. Problem with that is these can't overlap there. Oof. So just big oof across the board. Man, I don't like this. This is difficult. This is difficult. Honestly, I'm making it even more difficult on myself because I'm not deleting the pipes first. But, you know, hey. Some of Eminem's songs live in my head rent-free, but I love every type of music as long as my brain finds it good. Yeah, exactly. As long as your brain makes the happy chemicals, right? Okay, let's play around with the idea of doing this vertically. I didn't think this is what we would be doing with the first bit of time we had here, but, you know, who the hell cares? We could put it like this and loop them around to the top. We could also put it like this, but then the outputs are in a weird position, right? You know what we could also do? Rather than have this come down here... Oh, because that's in the way of that. Jesus. My desire to make things awesome gets in the way of my ability to make things functional. Alright, I hate to do this, but we're going to cancel this for a second. And we're legitimately going to deconstruct everything over here. I need a clean slate to work with. We might end up moving these pipes that my mom went, how do you find the song you listen to? And I went, I listen to it. Brain makes happy chemicals. I save it so I can make more happy chemicals. Solid. Solid technique. Delete some of this up here too. Me, clean slates. I mean, sometimes just requires me to think a little bit less. Okay. Also, that being said, let's get rid of this wire. Okay. It should come as no surprise to people who have been here on the channel that I do stuff like this. I literally spent most of my morning where I'm drinking my coffee watching fluid dynamics and mechanic videos for Satisfactory. So I don't think it's a surprise to anybody that I'm over here just fucking around trying to figure this shit out. I love this stuff. I absolutely love this stuff. So now that we've got a clean slate, let's think about this a little bit more. So we need that to get in there, and then we need something to get in there, right? Now, okay, I like the position of this, so let's try to work from that point and see if we can make that work. That would mean we would need to jump over with the output, right? So that bridge would have to go there. I've talked about this before with other games. Start with what has to exist. So this has to be able to get out. So we had to start slightly before that with what do we think we want? I think I want the pump right there. That is where my eye sees that. And if that's there, what has to exist for that to be a functional system? So for that to be a functional system, that pipe has to connect, and this has to jump over to get out. So the next one has to go into this one, right? And this pipe has to be able to go different places. So if it's coming in from here, that kind of necessitates this to be here. Now, it's a little bit spread out, so I'm not in love with that. So can we do anything to fix that? Could we maybe, like, move it to here, possibly? Right? Because what we could do is... Okay, so that would fuck up the output from the one to the right of it. What if we moved it here? Right? So let's say we put that there, and then we connected this there, right? Then that output could come over here, jump over here, and now this first line... No. So both lines need 2 pumps. Each pump is going to go into one of these. Actually, no, one of these is going to be a full line, right? Nerds! Bat Guy, what's going on? Let's do a shout out for Bat over here. I think Frosty should be off cooldown, so guys, go check out the Bat Guy. That is right, the Bat Guy. 2 T's in Bat, not the. How you doing, Bat? What's the good word? We're cleaning up a couple of more systems and you know, kind of waiting on some production so that we can start going into space. So I'm trying to figure out a filtration system that looks clean and tight, but doesn't cause problems with the outputs I've already selected. So we're basically going to have a full pipe of crude coming in, and then that needs to go through another filter. All right. So again, let's start with what we need, and let's just give ourselves a little bit more space for it. So first line needs to go here and here if we're lining up our outputs like specifically. So that's what would have to happen, so that this could put crude here, and if any petroleum winds up in the line, it could go here, right? Now, second line, we would need to get crude up into this spot, and then we want to put this here so that we can bridge on any petroleum, because there shouldn't be a lot of petroleum coming in on these lines. This is just going to be incidental petroleum. If we get to the point where we have so many molten slicksters that it's an issue, we could split the pipes up later on. In fact, something we could take into account here, this entire filtration system could legitimately be down here. It would just mean that we're running like 2 or 3 times the pipes up to here. Procrastinating chores while eating peanut butter crackers. I ordered some aquarium plants and came today. Very happy with them. Hell yeah! I've known some people who have aquariums, and they love their aquariums. Okay. So again, let's make some assumptions here. Let's assume that we're going to want output pipes here for our 2 outputs. You know, assumptions and requirements. Those are the things we're going to work with today. So that presents an issue. If we want to be able to have the possibility of running this output pipe left or right, having this thing directly lined up like this is going to be problematic. We could, in theory, snip this like this, grab ourselves a bridge, and this won't look clean. But now, if we could jump straight from this over this line, we could go in here. Problem is we can't do that, and then this line is part of the problem. Okay, fair enough, game. Now what? Let's also possibilities, probabilities, desires, and practicalities. So practically speaking, is this petroleum ever going to go anywhere except to the left and up? It might. It very well might, because we're going to eventually need to get it up to our space program realistically. And coming through here is not realistic. So we may end up having to send this to the right and come up like here, or even through the center of the base to get up here. Figuring it out, I'll be lurking about while storing. Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. We could just slap together some jank and make it work, but since we're here to clean it up, let's clean it up, right? Let's put the Mr. Clean gloves on and get this sorted. I mean, the other thing is we could flip-flop this whole thing, right? Ooh, what happens if we do that? Let's say we bring the crude down here, and we run the petroleum on the lower line. Ooh, I mean, obviously, we've got a line here full of petroleum, so that's going to be an awkward sight. In fact, let's reconnect. I said I was going to leave the pipe there, but let's let the pipe empty out. Doesn't matter. We're leaving this paused anyway. So, that being said, if the crude is on this line, same problem over here, though. What if we go over here and jump this here? Right? Now, what we could do is if we need to, we can jump here or here, and that runs under. So that works. I like that idea conceptually. Okay. So this puts the petroleum on this lower line and the crude on this line if we're going to bring out our second lines. So this actually works for this system. Now, for this system, I think we can then do the same thing, theoretically. Like I said, like this is all like, none of this needs to be actually, well, some of this needs to be built, but we could put this here and that there. And now we have the option to run our petroleum this way or run our petroleum this way. Same thing with our crude. We can run it this way or this way. Actually, that being said, this one is in the wrong orientation. We need this to be like that. Okay. Okay. So then this would come right up to here. This would come through here. That would come over to here. This would come up through here. And then this goes to our overflow. Right? So, next problem. Getting the crude, the second line of crude, into there. So, liquid bridge. Can we fit another bridge here? We cannot. That becomes our new problem, our new bottleneck for issues. So, what's the creative way to deal with this? I think we can do this somehow. I don't know how it's going to go, though, right? So this section is not... This is in a good spot. We can literally do that. And then this pump is bridging on any extra petroleum onto this line. Again, these shouldn't be pumping too much petroleum up here. Go up from the output of the pump, maybe, and go around it. We can't get in here, Zed. If we open this, all of these liquids explode into our map. So we have to do it. We can't build anything inside here. We can't go up with this. We can't change any of this piping that's inside the doors. Because there is 2 tons of crude oil here per tile. Here is not so bad, 800 kilos. But we're not able to break in here. This whole system would just fall apart if we tried to go in here and change things. So unfortunately, I've built myself into a corner. In here, it's possible. We could just widen this system a little bit, I suppose. All right, what happens if we shift this whole bit over a tile and do a little few right angles? Right? So let's give ourselves the space to have bridges here. So if we give ourselves space to have bridges, this would be where they were, right? And this one would again go this way, because this is the pipe we're trying to get to. Okay. So if we give ourselves the space to have that, then we grab our liquid filter, that legitimately winds up going here, right? And then we could run a pipe like that. Then these come here and there. And this allows us to bring crude up through there. And this pump would come down to here. Ooh, hold on. That might work. Now, obviously, there'll be problems. Not problems. There'll be things we have to sort priority on, right? So, like, this will technically always prioritize the left. This will then overflow to the right. This one will evenly split left to right. But we can organize that by priority down the pipeline if we need to. Right, because one of these pipes is going to be a full pipe of crude the whole time. We just need incidental overflow, so to speak. And then, more or less, those just combine down to the output. I mean, we could put two outputs. All right, and then this, for the sake of drawing the whole thing out, goes there and there. That will work. It just means that this line here needs to move over one for cleanliness sake. Yeah. I'm going to snip that there. I will let this line drain. I keep going back and forth on that, but we're going to swap this. This is going to become a crude line. So that line needs to drain so we can do what we're going to do. Actually, just to make it nice and ridiculous, why don't we just... Why don't we do that? That is a distribution system. Is it a perfect distribution system? Absolutely fucking not. Is it better than what we had? For sure it is. So we're going to get rid of all of this. And we're going to redraw a few more pipes as well. So all that goes. This pipe is going to go. The first one we drew is good, though. So we're going to move this over just by one. We're going to bring this up to here. And then this is going to come up to here. And go over like that. This is going to come down here and go over like that. And more or less, that's the system. So we can let them start working that now. That's pretty cool. Now, then that's why I like to take the time. I thought maybe you could... Oh, right. I read that. This is why I like to take my time to do stuff. Like I said, we could have slapped together just like, fuck it. Let's just use this whole space over here for the sorting. But I like this. I think this looks cool, and I think it'll function well. We've got a few... And it's kind of symmetrical. Check it out. This comes down and goes to the left. This comes down and goes to the right. And then this has 2 pipes. This has 1 pipe. So it looks chill. I can get on board with this whole thing. Now, the other thing we got to do is run power over these sons of bitches. And they are 120 apiece, so we're talking about 500 watts of power. So let's see where we're going to pull power from. This line is running our oil wells. Currently running at 970 watts with the potential of 2,795. Now, that sounds like it's not a good idea to put on, but we're consistently running at that because our pumps are not on, our gas pumps are not on 24/7. And we're not running most of the other ones over there. Yeah, we've only got 3 running on this. So I think, and then we've got this on that line. Okay, so we're gonna use this line for the power, but we're gonna snip off these 2 pumps. When and if we decide to bring them online, we'll add an additional breakout transformer and give them their own dedicated line. We'll also get this off the line and grab power from somewhere in base, maybe. This line is only running... Yeah, this has a huge potential because it's got a fuck ton of automation on it, but no actual real draw. So we're going to probably pull that line over here. Let's do that. We're going to run this line like that. And honestly, I don't care if this system gets shut down for a hot second. They can redraw those lines. That'll be fine. So that'll get those off of this line. So we just knocked the potential on this line down to 1440 because it's hooked up to 3 oil well setups and nothing else. Meaning that it's pretty reasonable for us to attach these guys without anticipating any problems. It's always a choice of do you go up to down or left to right and that whole thing. I think we're going to go like this. And then we could come up here and go right to save material, but I like the idea of doing it like that just because it'll look cleaner on the overlay. So that gives us what we need. Excellent. And in fact, we now no longer need this jumper cable here. So we'll dot build that and eventually get rid of that bridge as well. Just, you know, again, for cleanliness sake. Now this guy should actually be, you should have 800 petroleum. Yep, 800 kilos of petroleum, full tank. So let's get over to here and turn steel on full blast again. How much iron do we have? 700 kilos. Let's go over to iron. We're not going to set this on full blast. Let's do the 99. That would be about 10 tons. That's fine. We've got 97.7 tons of iron ore, so we'll process just shy of 10 tons of that into iron, and that will then get processed into steel as we scrap together some lime and refined carbon. We have refined carbon. Excellent. Our clay is going up much faster now. Speaking of which, I'd actually kind of like to prioritize the construction of the clay power. I don't mind having to take it offline momentarily, but it's a little more important at the moment because we've got a little bit of a buffer here. Not as much of a buffer as I thought we had, but such is life. Considering doing some things up here, but I don't want to mess. This shouldn't fill all the way up to here. But we had some output problems at one point, so it's fine. It's only like a few kilos. Okay. This is probably an absolutely terrible idea, but I am going to snip input to this thing for a hot second and kind of let this drain down a little bit. Since we're working over here, we'll keep an eye on it. We can't let this stop. It will stop if this gets under 500 kilos. So we're just going to keep an eye on it for a second while our dupes do the work, and then we'll reconnect that pipe. It shouldn't break anything because we're just taking crude out of the pipe. Once the crude enters, it'll start acquiring heat. It does mean that our petroleum will probably come out a little hotter for a moment. Maybe this will break things when I reconnect it. We'll see. We'll see. We have access over here if we absolutely need to. Do I still have coffee? Just a sip. Just a sip. Cheers, everybody. You know what day I'm going to be happy about? The day I finally decide that it's worth it to go in there and grab that piece of obsidian. Because that's just reminding me that I built this correctly, changed it to be wrong, and then rebuilt it back. If I hadn't done that, this would be a clean magma tank. But I'm just gonna, every time we log in, I see that obsidian, and I'm like, ugh, reminder of past mistakes. I love this game. Love it. How did you get out there? Let's get you moved, bud. Ooh, one thing real quick. Let's snip these lines here, just because I don't want stuff to just start flowing, because the filters aren't set. It'll just cause a whole bunch of random junk to be dumped into our temporary tank down here. And that line has done split. In order for us to get more petroleum out of there, it's going to have to come from this line. We're not going to hook that up right away. Also, I forgot to put that in. Alright, let's put a little juice on this. Did we get the power lines built already? Working on it, working on it. We're refining materials. Okay, this is now getting to where I want it to be. Let's slow this down just a little bit. What are we at? All right, perfection. That is good. I just don't want this overfilling with petroleum and then starting to cause pressure damage, because that can just break the whole goddamn thing. So we're going to get the crude flowing back through, and hopefully the time off didn't screw up the temperature gradients as enough to make problems happen. All right, we are officially dumping heat here. Yeah, so this is what I was talking about efficiency-wise. They did the 2 batches, and now the second batch of materials is waiting for the output to clear as it's dumping heat. This is the basic system that it goes with, but you'll see that it's just above 150, and it'll start to drop down. First few blobs are starting to get down to 149, and they're overflowing back to the input. This is a really great system. Before someone taught me, I think it was Leofar, but I'm not sure. Might have been Lefo, might have been somebody else. Before someone taught me about this system, I basically would manually deal with it. I would go in and I'd be like, okay, what can I, you know, and it was just a nightmare. This really makes it so you can just dump heat into this whole area. Again, we are trying to run this place at a higher temperature. So if the temperature in here gets above 150 degrees, these things will kick on and start deleting heat. If the pressure gets above 18 kilos, these things will kick on and the shutoff will kick on with a buffer gate to export water out of the system. Looks like we're almost to the point where we're going to overflow from our oil reservoirs up to here. There's some other stuff I'd like to do as well. Where are our transport modules? All right, our output over here This is disabled. We need to activate these. That's another thing we need to do. And what I'd like to do is planning for going to our second planet, right? So we've got our oxygen here. And as I said, we could support about 16 dupes with our oxygen system. And we've got 9 that are going to stay on this planet and 2 that are going to go to the other planet. That being said, in order to save ourselves some time on the second planet, I think we might want to export oxygen from here over to there. Which is this thing here. Now, we can't actually get it on the other side until we activate the one over there, but I think setting up some infrastructure to make that happen would be useful. So, how do we want to do that becomes the question, right? Where do we want to run the overflow line? I might run it straight through here, because if we put bridges on each of these going downward, it'll prioritize down here and then overflow. We can overflow them this way and rejoin them to a single line coming down to here. And we could theoretically just kind of stick in a little bit of a buffer here, just because with all the overflows and stuff, it's good to have buffers, because even though this system will support that many dupes, regardless of whether they're on the same planet or not, if you don't have proper overflows, you can wind up with situations where spots down the line get a little bit starved for materials. Okay, this all being said, we need this filtered liquid to be crude oil. We need this filtered liquid to be crude oil. We need this filtered liquid to be petroleum. And we need this guy to be petroleum as well. I don't understand. What bridge is this? Oh, these two. These two. Yeah, they have no liquid output. To get rid of that message, we'll just boop a couple of single tile things in there. That's fine. Okay, so this is set to crude. I'm going to double check that because that's the type of player I am. I like to play slowly and I like to check things. This is set to petroleum. Excellent. This is also set to crude. And this is also set to petroleum. I know I could have clicked the petroleum ones first, but I like to go through line by line. Okay, that means we should be able to hook our systems back up here. Let's again put a little juice on it. Double checking is how we avoid accidentally ripping the heart out of our great mem vamp. Yeah, that was hilarious. Like, why does Barb have heart removal queued up? Okay, that's going to the right spot. Excellent, very excellent. That's going to the right spot. Phenomenal. Okay. Here's what I'm going to do, though. I want to start draining this. Basically, if it's below any amount, just send a green signal. That essentially just turns it to an on switch. So... So these will now pump until this is legitimately dry, and I'm okay with that because it does mean some of this petroleum will start sifting over there, and our system here will actually have a reason for those petroleum overflows as well. This should mean we should start getting a little bit more into our petroleum tank, because looking in here, we're at 630 kilos per tile, which isn't even enough to really be a thing. We really need that to start getting a lot more. We're burning it off as fast as we're creating it. We've got plenty of excess crude at 23 tons a tile. but if the crude ever stops being processed, our petroleum has 0 reserves. So molten slicksters have got to start getting incorporated in. We've already got one down here, basically as they hatch. We may very well start to fully... I don't know that I want to... I kind of want to fully switch over, but I also kind of want to make sure that we leave some of the regular slicksters. Doesn't really matter. Nothing really matters. None of this matters. None of this matter. Okay. Yeah, I do think spreading the water out more yields more results from something like this, but we've already got 400 kilos of ceramic, and we've been on pause most of the day already, so it'll be fine. Everything will be fine. I'm going to go back to setting you to, like, 250. Just so we're not running that pump non-stop. It's just going to drive me crazy. Now, I get addicted to cleanup projects, so I'm trying to, like, make sure I don't... Because my brain wants to move this around, and I'm just like, no, don't do it, Nether. Don't do it. We haven't even fully decommissioned all the nonsense over here yet. At least wait until this is done before you start messing around with other shit. See, it's always going to be weird. Okay, there's one thing we can do that'll make me a little happier. Let's grab mesh tiles. And let's just put mesh tiles here and here. Let's just make that mesh. Because that way all these liquids will just start dropping down instead of, like, collecting in here. See how sweaty, dirty, and tired we are? I mean, you could post pictures if you want. Hydrate. I can hydrate. Oh, that's delicious. All right, so sauna's working good. Processing is going. We've got ceramic being made. This thing is damn ready to start overflowing into our air, which is good. So as soon as we get 800 ceramic, we'll put in a second one of these setups. In fact, we could start... I know, like I said, I get addicted to, like, cleanup projects and stuff, but I really, really want to make sure that this stuff just starts growing. I want factory. Playing a game where liquid dynamics are actually reasonable to deal with? Hell yeah. Because we can literally build in the pipe system and the power system and everything like that, and then just place that thing later, and it'll just be like drag and drop status. Including bringing over our petroleum from here. And snip that line. Let's also make sure this thing is not fully connected. All right, fantastic. I may forget now, so it may or never happen. Yeah, no stress, no stress. I'm just saying, if you want us to see how it's all going, feel free to send us some pictures. You love to see this. You gotta love to see it. Just like oodles and oodles of oil being pumped into our systems. Water is doing its thing. Check our temperature overlay real quick. Yeah, so we've got a lot of heat bleeding in over here. I'm tempted to fuck around with this. I mean, our cooling system is handling things. It's just... I kind of want to throw more power at the situation. It's fine, Nether. It's fine. It's fine. You don't need to make everything look amazing. Okay. Air overflow so that we can supply our secondary planet with air once we get to that situation. Yeah, I think a couple of gas bridges right there does the trick, right? Now our air is coming out pretty nice, and what's-its? So I think we're going to take this down here. Let's do that for now. Doesn't matter. This can all be air in the line. Doesn't matter. So what's going to happen is we're going to overflow there. We're going to overflow here. Issue is we need to bridge on from one to the other, right? So that bridge is there. So it'll prioritize going down, and then it'll overflow, and then it'll bridge onto this pipeline, which is coming through here. So when this one fills down here, it'll start pumping this way. And I think that's gonna work. None of those see multiple inputs. Perfect. Before we get too ahead of ourselves, let's figure out where we're gonna slap in a gas reservoir. These things became much, much more viable with the most recent updates to the game. Unfortunately, I didn't leave enough space to slap it down there. We're coming from the top. Where do we want to put this? You know, someplace that's not, like, terrible, but that's also not, like, stupid. Like, we could do it up higher, actually, but then we're running more stuff through here. Do we put it here? Do we just put it here? Do we put it below the thing? Keep up electrolytes too, a sports drink, Gatorade, etc. It's not a terrible idea either. I just don't have any of that accessible at the moment. I started to hate Gatorade. I had to drink a lot of Gatorade when I was going through surgeries, and it really kind of tanked me out on the whole thing. Alright. I know this sounds insane, but could we... We can't build there. Do we want to maybe, like... No, because we wanted it deep enough for that. Okay, okay. Let's not break our existing systems. More for killer... Oh, right. Taking a small break. Okay, sorry. I'm very, very stuck in my my brain about all this. I kind of like the idea of putting it here, because it's kind of out of the way. We could even, in theory, like, put multiples if we wanted to. There's also something to be said for putting it down underneath. You know what? I kind of like that. I do kind of like that. It's going to be weird with the piping, but, you know, everything's weird with the piping, right? Yeah, that's actually kind of cool. Let's plan on that being there. And this is actually a reasonable project. This is us getting ready to go to the second planet. Which is, you know, progress. It's something, something we should be doing. So we literally come down here and then go up there like that. And then we can snag ourselves the tiles to put it on. And now we should be able to store a nice amount of oxygen for our second planet. A little bit of overflow buffer type stuff going on. And that will be helpful. We do have to, as I said, find the receiver when we're over there. The other thing is, when are these tame one's going to die off. 150 years old. Wild. So I want the wild one in here, because I'd like to have one in here, but the tame ones are bound to die off eventually. So, Cuddle Pip mutation. We're going to have Cuddle Pips. Cuddle Pips are amazing. I love Cuddle Pips. That was our goal. Let's get some wild Cuddle Pips in there. A little extra mood bonus for us. Alright, I feel like we've tightened up all the things I wanted to tighten up. Other than, like, redesigning this system, this hatchery, and, like, moving this overflow tank. You know, you can't do everything all of the time. We could also, when we get more materials, like, I'm just going to make all of this shit mesh tiles for the sake of my own sanity. Alright, we are pumping this down. Excellent. So, our liquid filtration is working. Our ceramics are getting made. Our... clear new. Our pips are mutating. Our petroleum boiler's working. Our sauna's working. This is working. The cutest alien cat dog you can find. Yeah. So, like, these are pips. Just imagine this with, like, white and pink and purple bits. Like, and longer ears. It's adorable. It's adorable. Okay. So, the other thing we should check out... Let's do some finishing of our cleanup projects. As I said, this system is pretty rock solid, so we can actually start taking out some of the nonsense in here. I'm tempted to leave a pipe in here in case we need to inject water from somewhere else, but there's plenty of places to use water, so we're just going to get rid of that SOB. We're going to get rid of these ladder segments. Right? Now, getting water out is a different story. We may want to get water out. My brain wants me to take another nap. Do it! Do it. If your body is asking you to do it, it's probably because you need it. You've been staying up late and you've been going to bed early. Or you've been staying up late and getting up early. Yeah, those are the words. So I think if we do this... Actually, hang on. Oh, they can't reach that now. I'm an asshole. We're going to do that slightly differently. Let's put that back there. And let's go in here and grab a liquid bridge and put that there. Main reason, well, a couple of reasons. One, it'll hide it, make it better. The other one is if we bridge out here and we have a heat generator here or something cold here, that bridge is going to suck it in and out. If we bridge here, this stays inside the tile, then we can bring this straight through, and that'll sort us. So let's try and get that built first, guys. I shared a page on general of what I think of when you say cat dog that must be cuddled. Ooh, I'll check that out real quick. Aww. That's adorable. I love cute stuff. Give him a top hat and bow tie. That sounds wonderful. Those are granite ladders. You know, I'm an insane person, so I'm going to grab igneous, and we're going to replace these ladders with igneous. I don't mind if igneous gets trapped in here, but I want all of our granite, even though we have almost 1.2 kilotons, granite is our decorative block. When we don't know what to do with ourselves, literally everything is going to get granite backplating, granite sculptures, granite everything. Like, legitimately, the entire map is going to get, like, spammed with granite decor. So that's why I want to replace this stuff over here. We'll do that at a slightly higher priority. We'll do, like, a higher level sweep for this nonsense. It's all just going to go to our standard storage area, but it is what it is. Now, I said something about re-breaking in here. I think it was from moving the gas pipes. It was. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so apparently interplanetary conquest means do your chores, everybody. We're gonna clean up this pipe system as well. That's gonna come through there. This is gonna come through here. Like that. Which means they can't access it. Is this picking up any heat? It is, so we need to insulate those pipes. Okay, so yeah. I should just change the title to Another Cleanup Day. Okay. I don't really want these pipes running past this thing, but I might end up actually doing that because I just want to keep everything nice and tightly balanced. Like this one could stay up here and then just be brought over to there. Then this bottom one is going to come through here. Like I said, we'll have to break in here, but that's not a big deal because we left the liquid here. So let's do that. So then how... We either run it inside the steam chamber or we run it on top of this setup. I'm not thrilled with either idea because it gets in the way of anything we want to build up here. Maybe it doesn't. Yeah, I think we run it up there. But either way, we do need to insulate this because insulated tiles are not fully insulated. So before we break everything out, we're going to do that. We're going to run insulated tiles like that. Got to delete this gas vent. I think I already did that, but all of this needs to be insulated over to about there. And then this needs to be insulated to about there. Yeah, that'll do. Did my homework and can play now. Hell yeah, Julie. I never do my homework. It's going to bite me in the ass one of these days real soon. Okay, that bridge is in the right place. Okay, okay. I like it. I like it a lot. Okay, so they're going to need access in here. The liquid is already in place. So we can deconstruct those tiles. Sent an invoice, answered emails, and finished some class handouts. That's excellent. Yeah, I got to do some moving money around. Bill paying and stuff like that. Galactic conquest, which would be first chores. Exactly. Humans need to get it together first. Get it together, humans. I know I keep saying this, guys, but I love this playthrough. When the beta was released and we were playing on that, not that I thought we were going to permanently live on that, but there was a part of me that's like, oh man, if we wind up permanently living on the new beta world, we won't be able to play on this one anymore, because I love this world. This is exactly what I want out of a planet. Like, I don't even need to go into space for my brain to feel very satisfied. Like, the fact that we're tame... Oh, Baku. Hang on. Now we're going to need a fish tank. We're past 500 cycles, so we can get anything printed now, not just what we've already found. Fish friends. Hang on, fish friends. I got you. I just got to look up some stuff. Subnautica, right? Okay, comfort range, 0 to 60. Livable range, -20 to 80. About 25 cycles. Crowded when a room has less than 8 cells of space for each critter. Confined when a room is smaller than 8 cells. Okay, so... we can eventually ranch these guys and get into surf and turf because we've got barbecue going. That's why everything just stopped. Sometimes the game throws a monkey wrench in all of your plans. Okay. Okay. We're looking for a proper location for a Pacu ranch now. We will not be making a full-fledged Pacu ranch today because that's a lot, but we need to try and quickly find a spot we could dump enough water. We need 8 tiles of water per Pacu. How many Pacu is it? 8. 8 times 8 is 60... 64. That's what I thought, but I was like double checking it in my head. Okay, so we need 64 tiles of water. I mean, they'll live in any liquid, so that's not reasonable, right? It's not reasonable. What we could do is temporarily dump them down here, and some of them will not be happy about that. 12 tiles, so one of them would survive. Theoretically down there. What does 64 tiles look like? That's not bad, but then we have to fill it with liquid. Okay, let's think about how we want to do this. Now, as insane as this might sound... we've got some fluctuation on our reservoir here. Let's double check why that's happening. I think what's happening right now is that now that we're doing more refinement, we're hitting that temperature spot before we're hitting the atmos spot. So we're not getting as much water output because these things are kind of recycling the water. So the pressure is taking a little bit longer to build up. I think it should stabilize, but every time you introduce new variables to the system, you're going to wind up with this type of stuff happening, right? Slowly approaching that 18 kilo mark. 4x16. Yeah, I just wanted to get like a visual idea of what was going on, you know what I mean? Yeah, because these things are lowering the pressure and then dropping it back in as liquid, and it has to take time to build back up. We don't seem to have a problem with polluted oxygen anymore, which is fantastic. I think this will stabilize with time. I could spend hours just staring at some of these systems. So we're hovering at 17 right now. I think it's gradually cycling up, but like the water is rotating. Okay, so this is because of our refinement. Our refinement's adding a lot of heat into the equation. Okay. I think we just gotta let this be. Oh, the fish. The fish. We gotta let this be. We've got enough of a backlog of crude. The problem was always the petroleum, not the crude, so all of these systems are going to start sorting themselves out one way or the other, right? That being said, the fish. Now, what we could do is print the fish. We could dump one in here for safekeeping and one in here for safekeeping. That leaves us with 6 fish that might not survive. Now, they're not going to like the temperature down here as part of the problem. The temperature up here, on the other hand, they'll be fine with. Because they can't live past what? It said 80 was the top temperature for livable. 80, yeah, and it's over 100 down there, so that's not going to work. Oh, fishy business. Fishy, fishy business. What can we do with these sons of bitches? I mean, like I said, we've got a spot we could drop at least one of them. This will be pretty all right for them. It's 18.5, so that's within their comfort range. It's not going to get much hotter than that or colder than that there. So then what is the plan to try and maximize our fish? I mean, we could start a ranch from a single fish, but, you know, it goes back to that whole, like, we want to try and keep as many wild sons of bitches around as we can. That's why I was over here, too. I was like, maybe we could siphon off water from somewhere else. This water's all 95. We're running a lot of our water systems very hot, becomes the problem. We don't have a lot of cool water systems. The coolest water system we have is our toilets. I mean, it's not cold, but it's reasonably within livable range, but it is in drips and drabs dealing with the overflow from the toilet system. So it's not like we could get that going super fast. Honestly, all of our waters on the second planet, this is a very odd way to live, right? Usually water is not the biggest problem. On this planet, we only have one water source. So that's why all of our systems are so tight, is because we need every last drop of water positive process we can get our hands on. It's just so necessary for everything we're doing. It's one of the main reasons I keep talking about a second petroleum boiler. It's more about getting the extra water out of boiling off all the crude than it is about getting food or power or anything. We don't really need it, but the water would be nice. But when we get over to the second planet, we could easily pump a full pipe of water back over here. So that could also change quite a bit. But we're not there yet, so we can't print these guys with that assumption. Honestly, at this point, I don't think we can worry about it. What we're going to do is we're going to open this door, right? And fish will flop towards water. So if we open this door, when we print them, they'll flop over here. And I'm just going to have to let it be what it is. We don't have time to fuck around with this at the moment. Most likely, the vast majority of them are going to die. But I don't know. What can we really do about it? Nobody wants to make this door open? Nobody? Cool. I don't like using emergencies for anything, but somebody open the goddamn door. Haven't you ever heard of opening the goddamn door? Backwards that shit up a little bit. Excellent. So now, when we print these sons of bitches, they should flop their way over this way, because they don't have access to fluids any other way. Yeah, they're already flopping in that direction. Good job, fish. They're going to be cramped. Probably a lot of them are going to die. We could try to take measures to mitigate that, but I think we just let nature take its course, and if we run out of fish and we got to find more fish later, so be it. No, it's much better to take these kinds of things with a sense of poise and rationality. Yes. Thank you, Aya. Now... Oh shit, they can't get to that one. So we'll have to build that in there. We can actually mop this nonsense up. We can deconstruct that bad boy. God, I can't wait to get to the ice meteor harvesting eventually. Gotta do other stuff first, but... $2.8 million calories of barbecue. Are you making anything over here? Chlorine. So no. This was dumb. We're gonna get rid of this. I was like, maybe we could siphon off. Blah blah blah. Doesn't matter. Okay, so let's do a little pipe swap here. That's gonna go there. This is gonna go into there. That's gonna get snipped. This is gonna go into there. This is gonna connect to that. And this is going to get connected to here. And we can let the old lines bleed off the existing oxygen. They will actually do that because we have our overflow system, so that's nice as well. Excellent. These systems are functioning the way I want them to. I love when a plan comes together. Okay, so this is not functioning the way I want it to. This line is already clogged and it's not overflowing. So yeah, I see why that is now. Alright. This is what, every time, priorities with pipes and stuff like that, it's all just an absolute fucking mess. Always. It's just always a fucking mess. So we're gonna, I was like, oh, this should work. No, this output sees that input and sees the input over there, so this will never actually overflow. It needs direction. This is what I go through every goddamn time. So let's adjust how we do this. Read it as good night. Oh, good night, good night. Okay, so let's think about this. How can I do this so that it's not stupid? Hydrate. Thank you. Thank you. So this might sound crazy. We could legitimately overflow from this thing, right? Because the last thing on this line, other than our second base, is this air thing. It'll go all the way to the bottom, back up, and then it'll pump out here. So this is actually last priority, and if we just take it over there and bring it down, then that will overflow this line into this, right? Right, but we still need direction, so... Okay, so we're going to deconstruct this, snip that, reconnect that. It's going to be awkward for a hot second. This is going to then come over here like this-ish. Get that gas bridge deleted, guys. Yes, we overflow from this one, and that goes down here. But it does need direction. So where do we put the direction in? Doesn't actually matter, but you know, for funsies, let's try and make it look reasonably nice. So where do we want to bring the other bit in? So if we come out here, we could add direction right here. And then have this bridge onto it. But do we want to do it like... I kind of want to do it at one of the floors, right? So, like... Let's say... Right, because it would also have to be an overflow. So we would have to put that there, overflow to jump over this to go there. That would connect to that, and there would need to be something like right here. Did you just create an endless loop when you connected the input and output of that gas together? Probably, yeah. A lot of times when I'm doing stuff like this, it's in complete disregard. I'm just like, nah, we're just going to draw what the pipes are going to be, and even though it's going to fuck up some of it for a moment, we'll prioritize the dupes to get it done first. Like there, that should... Yeah, no, I'm just not bothered to, like, do this perfectly efficient at the moment. I could, like, hot swap things one at a time, etc., but... And did I bring this over? Yeah, it's already problematic, so... I might want to run this as a direct split. Because it's prioritizing this floor first, and that could become an issue. But at the same time, it's been working okay. Alright, so it's working. I think, yeah, okay, so this line is flowing through. This one is not backed up yet, so it's not flowing through. So, alright. This weird knot of nonsense Remember when I was saying earlier, like, the mark of a good overlay is if someone else could look at it and see what you're doing? This is not the mark of a good overlay here. But it does mean we get to delete some pipes, so I'm happy about that. That stuff gets deleted. Is there anything in here that needs to be swept up? No, so we can button this whole system up again. This is crazy. These things are probably generating so much power just because of our refinement. Steel refinement is a power positive process. The amount of power it takes to process steel versus the amount of heat you get out of it, you get it. If you're capturing your heat like we are, you're getting more power by pushing the steam turbines with this cycling coolant than you are putting into this for the moments that they have to refine stuff. So it's a nifty little process as far as that's concerned. All right. Like I said, I could stare at systems all day, and I am considering that we might be at the point with this playthrough where I should do some stuff off camera. Like sit and stare at these systems, not do any major construction processes, but kind of tweak little like settings and things until everything is a lot more stable. That way you guys don't have to be here for me just staring at it like this. But maybe you guys like this stuff. I don't know. Like, we might want to drop this down to 15 kilos. We don't want the water to stop flowing. But again, I'm doing a lot of pause action over here, so it's not like... Okay. This gas project looks nice. And any of the things that we would need to mess with, we could mess with from inside. They're going to delete that ladder. I'm just going to keep an eye on this. We've got an indicator right on the front here. It was getting nicely close to full, but then we made the changes, so it is what it is. We're up to 600 kilos of ceramic. The fish made it over here. They're not happy about it. I don't blame you, buds. I don't blame you. We could maybe just harvest a bunch of ice and snow and dump that into a tank somewhere. We'd need to warm it up, but no. Let's not worry about that. Let's not worry about that. Okay. Let's just take a look at the overlays again. We finished our filtration system and overflow system. We've got these pumping hard. We should start seeing some petroleum enter the equation as the slicksters start to come more online. We'll worry about fixing this later or next week. This system just needs another refinery there. All right, hang on a second. We're going to sweep this stuff up, but I got an idea for in here. I want to button this project up, right? This thing is pumping nonstop, even in little drips and drabs, right? So why don't we put a little bit of a hydro sensor automation in here? That way, like... It's going to do this. Is it? Does it matter? Let me think about that. We could let the water, like, build up. And then say, like, hey, if it gets above 500 kilos, pump. And then it'll pump a few pump loads. Do I want to do that? I might. It would leave a little bit more mass in here to store, to, like, make sure everything is chill. I can't see that being bad for the system. It might be overkill for the system. But I think we put a hydro sensor here, and I'm starting to fall in love with buffer gates. So we're gonna slap that down there. We're gonna snag ourselves a buffer gate and put that there. That way, what'll happen is we'll set this to, hey, when this hits 500 kilos here, turn the pump on. But we'll put the buffer gate so that it goes for like a minute, and that way it pumps like a full pipe of liquid for a minute and then shuts back off, and it'll take a while for it to fill back up to 500 kilos. That way the pump turns on, pumps for a little while, then turns off, instead of doing this whole on-off nonsense that it's doing right now. Not that it doesn't matter. It's just, I don't know. For me, I like the idea of it. So we're going to put the buffer gate, we're going to set this first for 60 seconds. Pumps off. Hydro sensor. If this is above 500 kilos, pump. So basically, this thing will now start to, like... Oh, right, because it sent a green signal, so it's going to be on for a minute, but then once it shuts off, the system should function as I want it to. Excellent. We will build a tile in there, and finally, we can close this whole system down. Temperature we running this at 27. That's fabulous. We could actually run this kind of colder, right? 27 is the temperature I like to set because I don't want the plants to get too cold in the base. But this we can just keep as cold as freaking it will go without freezing. So let's say it pulls out 14 degrees of temperature, I believe. So let's say this is at 20, because then it'll get down to about 6 degrees. And that's enough above zero that I'd be confident it's not going to break pipes. So that'll work. God, I love automating systems. All right. The fish will deal with themselves. Maybe if we look over and we only see one or two, we'll try moving somebody somewhere or something. But somebody somewhere or something, singing the songs, singing the songs. This is starting to make me feel confident we'll be able to provide air to our second planet from here. And I've noticed that this fills, and there's every once in a while there's one blob missing, which is okay because I'm starting to realize that, like, that's what happens when you fill or overfill a system. One more blob would probably clog it up when it's in this state, and when it flips the thermoregulator off, it would probably, yeah. So that's a thing. Temperature-wise, we're doing okay. This thing is pulling itself down to negative. How about we just go all the way? Let's just go all the fucking way. Hold on. Before we go there, let me make sure I know. Hydrogen gas freezes at negative 252 into liquid hydrogen. So we can't do that. So let's do that at negative 200. Doesn't need to be that cold, but why the hell not? We can do it. It means that these places will be super cold, which means, like, when you send hot food in here, it's going to heat this up a little bit. We want to keep it at that deep freeze level. Negative 50 is usually what I do. We had one of our community members mention that they like to crank it down as low as possible. We do not want to freeze hydrogen in the pipes because that'll cause the same problem that we're talking about vaporizing or freezing water in pipes. It's a whole different story, but if we get below negative 252, that hydrogen turns to liquid. By comparison, this is what I was talking about with liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen. So if we go over to oxygen, no, not buildings, oxygen gas. oxygen freezes at 183. So if you can pull the temperature using hydrogen in a section down to negative 183, because hydrogen doesn't freeze until 250, as we just saw, you can actually use hydrogen to turn oxygen into liquid, which is what we're going to be doing for our space program. Speaking of which, getting these dupes over to the second planet is not going to happen until Tuesday of next week, because I'm not willing to deal with that right now. I don't want to do like specifically cleanup projects, but I think this might be a good time to start harvesting out space, because we're starting to get plastic in from our glossies. Yeah. So I think in order to further our goals of galactic conquest, we're going to spend the second half of stream ripping this out and starting to put in a little bit of space infrastructure. It's not going to be anything super special, but we are just going to do a little bit of planning for our rocketry program. Meanwhile, we can keep an eye on the systems that we've been working on, make minor adjustments as necessary, and prioritize our big project up here, while we might queue up a little other bits and pieces around the base. That being said, I think this is a perfect time to take a little bit of a restroom break, so I'm going to put up the links to Bobby's music. He does the music for the Be Right Back screen, the starting screen. I used it in a lot of my YouTube videos, so if you enjoy it, please click over, show him some love from me. If you're watching the VOD back, links will be down in the description. I'll see everybody back here in a couple of minutes, and we'll start tackling space a little bit. See you in a sec. All right, everybody, I made that a quick one. As I sat down, I was like, you know, we should check on some of our other stuff. Our Drecos over here. Okay, so we're not fully spun up on our regular Drecos even, so that's a thing. I was looking over, I was like, wait a sec. I sat down, I was like, wait, just out of question, how much reed fiber do we have? 43, which is a lot more in stock than we were running before when we had our Dreco farm in here, but it was still a bit concerning for me, so it'll be fine. Everything will be fine. So I guess we leave this running, and I think it's time to try and get into some space strip mining and getting this stuff sorted out. Now the problem with, I'd love to get this ripped out, but we've got our Great Hall here. Really didn't plan for this side to get worked on. Probably bad call. Probably should have put the Dreco Ranch right up against this spot in space, and that way we would have more space rather than splitting the space in half. But you know, we're not going to go back and change that now. So let's start ripping space apart, I think, and we'll deal with problems as they come. So let's get that ripped out. We'll always prioritize our ladders above our digging. We'll fill in the spaces there, and then we need to start going straight up. Most likely all the way to the roof, right? And while we're going up here, we'll start digging out this stuff. Now the ice meteors, they shouldn't really cause us any problems. going to have them sweep up everything that's not a liquid over here. I'm going to leave this liquid lock temporarily. I don't think we'll ever have to break back in here, but, you know, I've had moments where we've had to break back into places that I didn't think we'd have to break back into, so we'll let that be what it is. There's also, like, that small piece of me that's like, we kind of want to have a petroleum overflow, or, like, just not even an overflow. I kind of want to have a tank to just be able to, like, sweep up the petroleum around the map and then put like a pitcher pump into. The only issue with that is we're at the point where if we put anything like that into our industrial area, which is where it makes sense to go, we need it to be made out of either ceramic or steel, and for the pitcher pump, we would need it to be made out of ceramic. Obsidian's not going to cut the mustard because that only gives us up to, I think, 90 degrees, and we're substantially above 90 at this point. I mean, even coming down to here, we're up to 80 degrees, which is why this pitcher pump is surviving. It's at 78, but its overheat temperature is 90 degrees. So as temperature gradually continues to creep down from our area up here, that thing's going to break anyway. So it's good we've got our ceramic going. We've almost got enough for our next refinery. I will queue up chopping that out. Okay, so this icon pops up on a fully grown flower that has no harvest pending, but we're not worried about that because the animals are eating those. So we've got this queued up. We can look at our other systems down here, like I said. Yeah, this thing will sort itself out. I was talking to Flower the other night. Oh, that brings up, we're going to be doing a community hot potato seed for oxygen not included. That probably doesn't sound like it makes any sense if you haven't done something like that before, but basically the concept is someone starts a playthrough, does X number of cycles, and then passes it to the next person. So it's going to require a little coordination. The one thing I'm trying to figure out, so if anybody has any suggestions, I'll post again about this up in the Discord now that I have more specific questions after our initial thought process yesterday. One of the things I'm trying to figure out is if we want to start multiple seeds or multiple playthroughs simultaneously, meaning does one person start and then pass it to the next person, or do we have everybody start one and then round robin? So, like, you know, Nether start, goes to Julie, goes to Smoke, goes to Flower, but along that line also Julie starts and goes to Smoke and then to Flower and loops, just picking a few names out of the community. So that is the thing I'm trying to figure out, is if we all start one and round robin until all of us get our original back, or do I start one and do, you know, the first leg, then pass the baton, and like everybody takes a turn. I feel like either one could work, but if anybody has any particular preference, please let me know. Otherwise, I'll just make a call on that at one point. I forgot we needed a meter over here, so we're gonna put a meter in real quick. Get that built first. 700 kilos of ceramic. Also, this is going to start harvesting all of our uranium ore, which means, you know what? Let's start looking into some more research we can knock out, right? We should really just start knocking out this whole column of research. We could also get into the mutate. You know what? We're going to mutate seeds on our second planet if we get into that. Is there anything we specifically need? Okay, we were kind of moving towards the nuclear reactor. That's good stuff. Radbolt containment is not really something essential, but we could keep going down that line. oxalate refinery, bleach stone hopper, molecular forge. This stuff is gonna be useful. You know, the ribbon writer stuff, I could see a use for some of this stuff, but I think it would be more useful on, like, the original, like, large-scale maps, because, you know, if you've got a lot of stuff at the top or bottom or left or right, it's a long way to run wires if you're doing, like, large systems. And when you have that many things on the same map, it tends to be a situation where you're going to need to run a lot of stuff all over the place. I don't think we need to get into this stuff too hard, but maybe we just knock it out for the sake of knocking it out. Could be. Pretty much everything is just kind of like, we need stuff from this tier, which is data research. So, never mind. Let's go back here, and I'm finally going to come down here and set this to forever. And that way we always have research going. Our research dupe should be happy about that. They haven't had a lot of research to do in quite some time. Yeah, I have a feeling this steam room is really going to have to fill steam all the way down to the petroleum generators before this starts being a thing. Other thing we got to check on, like I said, that dirt, they're going to start using real hot dirt. I think they're prioritizing the dirt over here, but this is going to run out because we're no longer generating polluted dirt. So that's a thing. Like I said, I want to focus more on doing this stuff, so you... Okay. This is our overflow ranch here. Put that down to 0. Do they move them? Like, we've got building projects and digging projects queued up, but I want to see how this works. I love how they wrangle the critter, but then don't move the critter. I really think that should be patched in the AI. I think that's just a little nuts, to be honest with you. Anybody gonna move that critter? I'm just gonna tie him up and leave him there? Seems cruel. Seems pretty cruel, but I think that could be fixed by turning the priorities on these up just a touch for the drop-offs. We want them to make sure that we're keeping the ranches full. We'll put those at a 6 for now. She's already coming to do it, I think. Yep, bagging the guy and dragging him over there. The reason I'm concerned with setting this to 0 is I don't want them constantly just tying them up. I only want them to tie them up and move them when they have to. But the fact that we have critters in our overflow ranch and our main ranch is not full, that meant we had to make a few adjustments here. So, how is the grooming? That's set on a 5. You're hugging the egg. Egg hugging is set at an 8. That's freaking perfect. We want to make sure our eggs get hugged all the time. These idiots are going to get themselves killed. It's fine. It's fine. We're keeping an eye on it. There's probably a safer way to do this. Like, if we have meteors crashing, they might, like, hit some of this stuff, but I don't think they'll cause damage. And if we do, there's always the emergency button. Always the emergency button. I'm very happy that this ranch system is doing stuff. It took me like 2 days of screwing around in the debug world to get this sorted. So... now we've got 8 critters in here. And 8 critters in here. This place is at 3 of 0. Let's just keep half an eye over here while we strip mine out this whole area. Make sure that they're not just coming in here like shackling up the Drecos left and right without carrying them anywhere. Also, as they're mining this stuff, let's also get this stuff moved. Yeah, that is the story. I gotta say, guys, I was very tempted to make another pot of coffee before I came back, and nope, did not do it. Listened to that voice in my head that said, "Don't do stupid shit." It's not often that works, but sometimes it does. Sometimes it doesn't. You rolled a will save? Yeah. I guess so, huh? I love this game. So yeah, Ani Hot Potato. Anybody who plays will definitely be... I'm going to figure that out over the weekend. I'm hoping it's the little wins. It really is. It really is. Over the weekend, we're going to figure out the Ani Hot Potato thing. Maybe next Tuesday, we'll take a break from the Cozy Colony. If I can get everything figured out, we can get a consensus and, you know, get a list of people who are down with the program. Maybe on Tuesday, we'll play, depending, I don't know. Maybe I'm being presumptuous to think that I'll be the one to start the seed. But if that is the case, then maybe Tuesday I'll start the seed. Maybe we'll do it off camera. Maybe we'll do a bonus stream, something like that. But, you know, I'm just throwing ideas around, throwing stuff at the wall and see what sticks, right? Okay. All right. Okay. I am this close to sending over Meep to the second planet. Just because, like, we're not doing anything crazy right now. We're more or less just kind of doing a little strip mine project, which is, I love strip mine projects. You guys know me, but at the same time, it's like we could easily be, like, working on different stuff. But maybe if we put it on a 3, that'll get us somewhere. Also, I'm building all of this out of igneous because that's what we have, which means they do have to spend a little bit more time traveling because the igneous is not native to this this biome. If I made them out of granite, it would be quick, but I kind of want to use the most plentiful material, and like I said, granite is the best for decoration. So, not that we need to save it, but it's going to start... You start eating it up really fast. I mean, I'm talking really fast before you even know it, so... Ooh, connecting the chat. Is Twitch having problems? They are roping them when they don't need to. If anybody's got any thoughts on how to make this more efficient with roping and movement and stuff like that. Ooh, I forgot something. Yeah, this actually is supposed to stay there. This is supposed to be here. I forgot about this one. We actually want this one at a low priority, cranked all the way up. We want this one as well. This is going to be glossy Drecos. We're going to want this one at 0, and we're going to want this at a higher priority. That's what it is. They need to be wrangling them from here very quickly. And then here if they need to. Okay. Printables, what do we got? Steel, hatchling, machinery, strength, athletics. Why Luddite? You should not. They should really code it so if they have operating interest, they can't get Luddite. Same thing with like all those other things. Little chat hiccup, stream still fine. Okay, cool, cool. Damn it, Nails. I would have taken Nails if he wasn't Luddite, because supplying and operating go hand in hand. Those are the two prerequisites for mechatronics engineer. And then suit wearing, supplying is a prerequisite for suit wearing. So Nails really hits the trifecta. Like this is basically what you want in a mechatronics engineer, straight across the board. Now the gourmet thing, I've already talked about how I'm not a fan of gourmet because that food morale bonus is huge, especially if you're sending people into space or having them live on a rocket when they land. The uncultured is great because they can't do decorating. That's fine. We only ever need one person to decorate on any given planet, and anybody can be leveled into it, you know, after the main projects are done. But that's increased decor. This dupe would be perfect if they weren't a gourmet and they weren't a Luddite. That would be god tier freaking mechatronics engineer. I'm tempted to take the steel. We don't need the hatch. So yeah, let's take the steel. For a long time, I was prioritizing wild animals over a lot of other things because it was a good source of early game barbecue. We've still got our wild ranch going down here. You can see some hatches, a sage hatch, Drecos. These are all wild animals, so they're perpetually going to replenish themselves. As long as we don't accidentally, like if we wall this in, they'll start dying from being cramped, but they see all of this space. So as wild animals, they're just going to keep repopulating themselves over and over, so it's essentially free barbecue. Great way to augment your food early game, and then you only ever need to start a ranch with one, unless you really need your ranches to get spun up super quick, in which case, you know, use however many you think you need. I think so. The other thing about these integrated systems, I was like, you've almost got yourself trapped, haven't you? All the dupes, you know? Dupes be duping. Alright, let's put some mustard on this. It's nice to be able to hit 3 and see just every system working properly. Let me check something real quick here. How many molten slicksters do we have? Crowded, cramped, mood, miserable. Yeah, I mean, you're basically there to die. How many molten slickster eggs do we have? 2. Okay. I'd really like to transition some of these ranches a little bit. I was avoiding it for so long, but we do need more petroleum. I know we added all of them in here, so I think... Alright. Let's flip this over to molten slicksters. There's no pickup, So they shouldn't pick these guys up. When they die, they die. Right? What is over here? Right, there should only ever be eggs and meat dropped in there. That does that. I think I want to... actually manually manipulate this. How many critters are in here? 1 of 3. Alright, Julie's bagging a critter. Put him over there. We could leave that maxed out, I think. Ranch setups are a little weird. I always spend time trying to dial in them moving stuff around, and I cannot for the life of me make it work. Like, I don't want them coming in here bagging these guys up, like tying them up like the same thing with the Draco ranches, but I want them coming in here at a high priority and moving the ones that need to move. Why would you go that direction? This is why we can't have nice things. See, no pending deliveries, so they're not delivering them down here, right? So does that mean that this... I mean, what if we set that to 0? And knock that up to a 6, just like these things are, right? These are all on a 6. Now, I gotta be careful about digging this stuff out, because I have this set to drop all the ice into. And if we drop too much ice and snow in here, we're gonna have a bad time. It's just gonna start overflowing, and we're gonna get that Pacu tank a lot sooner rather than later. So... we may very well want to like start working on that as well, but I'm not gonna get crazy right now. I mean, I'm always crazy, but let's have them dig that stuff out. I really want these molten slicksters to start getting moved. Maybe if we move the slicksters that are in here. Yeah, I swear, I gotta do some more research into exactly exactly how you got to set this stuff. In fact, one thing I got to do is get this stuff... I got to get this area cleaned out a bit, this bottom area. I really don't want to dump it into our main storage, but can we afford to do that? I mean, there's some toasty-ass shit down here, so... You know what? I'm gonna do it. So we could see what the fuck we're looking at. So basically what we're doing is we're strip mining out spots in space over here to get ready for our space program while we're simultaneously tweaking some of the stuff we need to tweak with our existing systems, right? Not go all the way up yet. That's fine. Let's get this stripped out. Which is, you know, we've made quick work of it here so far, but basically what we're going to have to do is decide where we're going to put our thing. I'm going to get that ripped out, and then we're going to do some measuring. Okay, so how many critters are in here now? 2, and he's moving one of the other ones. So... yeah, I'm gonna have to ban you, you know. Sorry, bot. Are you just gonna rope everybody? What is the story here, dupes? Alright, I am manually going to move a couple of these molten slicksters. And then we'll see what happens. I mean, they've been keeping the ranches full. So, like, something was working, but at the moment, I'm just not sure how we actually fix this situation. Like, how do we transition over? You know, why is it I'm telling them that this is these need molten slicksters and there's molten slicksters here? Is it something to do with the way, like, if they come to pull it out of here, they immediately bring it down, like, and they won't grab the ones that are already here. I don't know. I don't know how that works, honestly. We've got 2 full-time ranchers, so... Like, I just told them to make this thing manually move, so there should wind up being 3 molten slicksters down here. 3 because we're doing the math here, and in order to have 75 slicksters, one of these ranches of the 10 needs to be at 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah. Anyway, back to space. We're gonna try and do this without getting them trapped. The thing is I would love to be doing this out of plastic ladders. We might even want to spend the resources to put in a fire pole. Actually, it might. Yeah, I'd rather not, but go up to there for now. Okay, they'll automatically build that. Excellent. Oh yeah, we don't have data analysis set up. That's fine. Could actually put our researcher into that, I think. Yeah, plenty of morale. There's a couple of data disks kicking about. But if that's going to be the case, let's actually put data going in here. We're going to swap to this guy. If any of the data disks on planet, I want to go towards the solid management system, because we might need that. Well, there's systems that I like that use that system, so... Did I not ban the spammer? There we go. I thought I did that, but, you know, maybe I didn't. Now, how hot is it making our base now that we're sweeping all that stuff out? Not very. That's fine. We're at that point where I think we can more or less just eat the heat, so to speak, so... So this pipe represents how much extra crude we're creating. This is a full pipe, so that between our oil wells, our oil reservoirs, and our slicksters, they're filling this pipe. The extra over here is like the overflow. Like, that's how much more we're getting because we have slicksters running as well as the oil wells. I do love all this stuff. This is going quite well, actually, so let's also dig that stuff out, guys. We'll put all this on not low priority sweep, but, you know, lower than the main sweep jobs we have down at the bottom of the map. They're going to get that fire pole installed, which means we're going to be able to get up and down a lot faster, make some stuff happen up here. Speaking of which, let's start thinking, at least width-wise, how we're going to do rockets. Now, rockets are a little wider than 2 bunker doors, right? So, at the furthest to the left, our bunker doors would be here, and I've learned that trying to do things as far to the left or right as possible is not an optimal situation. So let's say we leave 2 spaces. That might not be enough. So let's look at this in a sense of, like, we're leaving 1, 2, 3, that's 4 spaces. So there's a rocket. If we want them next to each other, I think we do that. But even that could become problematic. So, boop. And that's boop. So we would need 4 next to each other. in order to accommodate 2 rockets and still have a little bit of space, right? So that one could go there, and this one could go there, and there's 2 tiles in between, and that would actually do the trick. But do we want to do that becomes the question. Because now we run into the whole idea of we want to be able to harvest all of the ice up there in theory. So I guess now comes down to the time that we're going to be designing a little bit of a system here for ourselves. Robo-miners. Where are the robo-miners? Now, robo-miners, I don't think we can put these in the way of the rockets. So the only spot we'd be able to do it is right there. And happenstance says that's actually a good spot for it. Now, I think we have to put it below. Maybe not. All right, we might end up putting it below. It's not insanely important. I mean, this thing's going to get cooked from the rockets, but it won't be right next to the these things will be down here, and this whole system will be up here. This is just for measurement's sake, right? This can theoretically dig out the entire area. So we could even flip this upside down and put it somewhere like this to dig out the ice. Doesn't matter how close it is to the top, but we do need to leave ourselves at least 4 tiles on top, because we need something to put this on, and then we need the space for it to exist. It could go right here. So what if we leave ourselves 5 tiles at the top of the map? So that would be those 5 tiles, meaning that from here down would be where our rockets would go. Rockets, tallest one there is 35, which puts us down to here. Then +2 for the platforms, plus bunker tiles, plus insulation, plus that, just for a little extra. So realistically, we could leave ourselves about 6 tiles at the top. Right, so we could put the bunker doors here, and that leaves us 5. So 5 tiles of space to build in. This tile for the bunker doors, and then if we come all the way down to here, that's 39, giving us 4 extra tiles to play with, 2 of which can be where we build shit. I think that actually sorts itself out quite well. Okay, so what are we doing here? So that's 7, so we come down 5 bunker tiles, they go here. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, and bunker door, right? And then that brings us down to here with 39 tiles, which is okay. Research complete. What did we complete? Radbolt chamber. Oh, that was from before. Okay, we're working on this guy now. Research, awaiting radbolts. Someone will come along and sort that momentarily. Okay, we're doing all right. The reason I'm doing this is I want to make sure that we do have a ceiling on our base. I just also wanted to make sure that that ceiling was at a level that was appropriate for later on. We don't have to worry too much about this right at the moment, but what I would like to do is be able to put... Now, normally you do something like this with bunker tiles on a map that has more powerful meteors, but as we can see, the meteors aren't damaging our insulated tiles, so we're not going to spend steel doing that because we don't have to. We're going to bring this over to here, and in order to make sure our dupes don't get hit, what we're going to do... oh, that actually works out quite nicely with our floor conventions. We're going to put a little bit of a ceiling on here. Let's go out, let's say... let's go out that much. It does mean we're going to probably have to put a ladder there and a ladder segment here. But then once they do that, we'll bring this up one more tile, break that out, and then realistically, that goes across the entire top of the map. And then we have the basis for our harvesting. We will probably end up moving this to somewhere more reasonable and just kind of automating this whole chain of garbage up here, but for now we're just kind of putting a ceiling on our map. And this is how we prep for the eventual domination of the entire galaxy. We'll also start trying to delete out extra ladder segments to cut down on pathing options for our dupes, because we don't want them doing pathing that, you know, we're not trying to fully lag optimize this base, but a little bit of lag optimization is helpful for everybody, right? There we go, killer. In fact, we could probably just delete these. They don't need to be there. I keep hitting escape to try and clear this off the screen. Let's check down here with our slicksters again. 8, 8, 8, 8, 8. Yeah, I'm gonna have to redesign this system over here. Not right now. We're up to 1,100 kilos of ceramic, so let's get our second refinery in here. That should just slot in right there. That on 400. I love this game. Now, actually, this stuff is chewing through the polluted water. I did not think this would go down this quick. So at one point or another, we're going to have to... This system's going to have to take over. As soon as it bubbles off, these things snag it. So we are getting the clay out of here. Awesome. Tomorrow, guys, we're going to get back onto playing some RimWorld. We did quite well with the Sea Ice session yesterday. I don't know. I don't even know what to say. I'm a little concerned about our wealth. When that mech drop happened, I was like, oh shit, that's a lot of drop pods, but it wound up being Miltors, and they are very low wealth, comparatively speaking, so I was like... We're still not in a terrible position as far as all that's concerned, in my mind. So, cool, you know. Let's start getting rid of these systems over here. I'm confident enough in this now, so let's delete that. Let's start mopping that. Once this door gets broken, I will also mop these up. We'll let the 57-degree carbon dioxide integrate. Not overly worried about it. We might even slide this over. And there is the possibility that we could shrink this down. We don't really need... Huh. Sorry, just random thoughts, right? Alright, do that. Do we want to shift this over? Wouldn't be hard. Go a little faster for the sake of it. It does make me feel good that this line is staying full. It's not sputtering or stuttering at all, because that means we're creating as much oil as we're consuming, which is always a good thing. We are not, however, getting petroleum leaking down this way, so it's kind of just still floating on top at like a kilo or a couple of grams or something, so it is what it is. That has got 3 molten slicksters in there. Huh. Little Minecraft villager noises. Gotta love them. Is that... Oh, that's... Is that Bomb Lily? Okay, cool. That's Bomb Lily. Blueprint. Ooh. Okay. Luddites, no. No dig... No. We're gonna take the lime. There's a few things with dupes that are, like, hard-nosed for me. If you can't dig, and you can't build, and you can't operate machinery, those are things that, like, digging eventually can go out of style, in the sense that, like, once you've dug out an entire planet, there's nothing left to dig on that planet. But even if you have your dupe doing stuff that's not digging, it's handy, because let's say we send somebody over to the second planet. They're not specifically a digger, but we send them over there. We might want to have them dig some stuff. So I don't like to take dupes that are incapable. Now, incapable of violence is not a big deal, like in RimWorld, because the only thing you ever have your dupes killing is critters. So it's not really something you need to do often. So... You know what occurred to me? If we had split this up into a molten slickster hatchery and a regular slickster hatchery, we could then prioritize which one they pull things from first, and that would be an easier way to transition over to molten slicksters, because we could set these to both, set the priority on the molten slickster pickup higher than the regular slickster pickup, and then they would always prioritize putting the molten slicksters in here before they put the regular slicksters in there. And I think that might be the way to deal with this. I'm always trying to figure out what I'm missing when it comes to some of these systems, and that seems to be what the deal is. I'm gonna put this a little higher on the list. I want that built, and I want it helping refine stuff. Still seem to be doing okay over there. That is a thing. All right. I guess this is a good time to talk about where we're going to put our ice. Right? Now, there's a couple of ways to deal with ice. We could stick it in a pool that's going to... Because we're obviously going to eventually harvest the asteroids for, like, the project I was talking about. But until such a time, do we want to store ice as a solid, or do we want to drop it into a tank to get some liquid? Given the fact that we've got some Pacu that we might want to do some stuff with, I think it might behoove us to make some sort of liquid tank. And we can't do infinite storage. Could we? Hold on. I'm thinking of some trickery here. So you know how we have these set up like this with a liquid valve and a liquid valve? What if we replaced one of these with a chute, and that chute just dropped in ice and snow? It would probably never melt, is more accurately why that wouldn't be a good idea. Okay. I keep looking down at this area. And like I said, I keep trying to think ahead. I keep being like, what is the probability of using this space for something? Like this, once this water is gone, this is all getting ripped out, right? We have enough space here that we could easily fit in 2 more slickster ranches here. More than that would be problematic and still be able to have a hatchery. So that would bring us up to 12. And if we wanted to run a full petroleum boiler setup, second petroleum boiler setup, we would need 8. So 1, 2, 3, 4. So in theory, we may very well come all the way up to here in the future for slicksters. To be safe, maybe up to here. So anything above this line is free real estate, except for the fact that the Yeah, the petroleum boiler would have to go into here, which might necessitate some weird shapes. So we should probably stay kind of above the line with any water tank. This is probably going to go to the side when we eventually use it for something, or it's just going to pump the... We could just pump the chlorine out of there. We don't have to worry too much about this space, right? So, tank. I'm considering putting it in right here. They can come through the ranch, get into the tank. It doesn't have to be massive, but it does have to be big enough that if and when the time comes that we are dumping large quantities of ice in there. That would also separate top to bottom, bottom to top. Not to continue quoting 90s bands, right? The abyssalite is not going to... Well, I think abyssalite can crack from pressure. I mean, I tend to use a lot of airflow tiles just so we don't make tanks that are problematic from pressure damage. I kind of like this. I kind of like this as an idea. Do we need to build insulated tile, or do we give a shit? Yeah, we'll just pump the chlorine to wherever we want it to go, theoretically. If and when the time comes that we do. Okay, yeah. It's going to be cold down here, so let's just make sure there's nothing... For good measure, we're going to use insulated tiles. We're going to come down here like this. We're going to come over here like this. Abyssalite is a perfect insulator, but it's also a natural tile that can get in our way and cause problems. So what we're going to do is we're going to bring that up like that. Now, a tank of this size, I think, will overpressure. So we might want to put airflow tiles, an airflow tile layer inside, but I don't think I'm going to worry about this right this second. I want that swept out so it's out of my way. Let's get ourselves an automatic dispenser right there. Should be fine. Let's make sure this stuff doesn't have liquefiable selected. It does not. Fantastic. That's right. We set that correctly. We'll copy the settings from this bad boy. I'm going to priority 7 this construction project. I want them to get that done first. The top of the map is something we're working on, but it's not an ultra priority. Once they get that sorted, we could actually start ripping this stuff out as well. Excellent. Let's go a little faster. I'm always hesitant to hit the fast forward buttons, as I talk about all the time, but we are at that stage of the game where it really doesn't matter. If something breaks, it breaks, and we just go and fix it. We've got backup of just about everything, so... A molten slickster made its way into here. That's good. Keep staring at the slicksters. All right, so we're moving at pace now, guys. We got a little bit of stuff we can continue to get done. Soon enough, we'll get ourselves over to some other projects. All right, you can't get trapped over there, right? No, you're fine. Now, in addition to all of this, it might be time to start cracking in over here. I do believe, yeah, we've still got chlorine down here, so this whole trying to avoid chlorine thing is just going to go out the fucking window. We could strip all this out, let the chlorine drop, and then we'll deal with sorting the gases later. Not that we're going to do that right this second. I just want to get this thing in place so that we can... Basically, it's a helpful piece of infrastructure for our project up here. This way we can actually dig out all this stuff as well, and then have some place for it to go when we sweep it up. So we'll set up an inevitable sweep command over there as well. They can grab that when they grab it. And now we've got people up here working on stuff, including our researcher, because they don't have research. They don't have rad bolts available because it's not as high a priority. Coming back down here, we have not connected up this pipe. Let me just make sure it's the right pipe before I put the juice on it. All right. Meter this stuff in just like we did with the other refinery. Now we're going to reset, get another 400. There we go. Now we can deconstruct this guy, and we can deconstruct all of that. This line now... how do I want to purge this? I think we just purge this down into this line. Okay, that's working. This is dealt with. Put that to there. Copy the settings on this guy, paste them there. This guy, we go in, we're going to copy settings, paste settings. Sure, that'll work. Now, the crushed ice, I don't think crushed ice falls, but let's see. Let's do a little diggy there and see if this falls. I'm not sure if it does. And another thing we can do is our gas pump into space. We could theoretically move this higher up so that we don't wind up with gas in the background over here. So we could do something like that. Like, I do want this pipe to move eventually, because we have not... Wait. Polluted oxygen. Alright, I was gonna say it seems like we don't need it, but guess what? We do. Oh, we don't have a output for it. Yay! Okay, so 17 kilos there. High pressure out of steel. And we're just gonna put that there. And it shouldn't overpressure because we're mostly floating at like 17 kilos. When it hits 18, we pump stuff out, so prioritize that above other things. Oh shit, that whole thing does come down. Liquefiable, we want to sweep, so we'll sweep all of this nonsense at a high priority. That's cool. That's very cool. So then, where does our ladder convention catch up with the top of this? 2, 3, 4, that would be there. So 1, 2, 3, 4, that would be there. 1, 2, 3, 4, that would be there. So theoretically, that would be there, and then 1, 2, 3, 4. So we can set that like that and start digging that out as well. Temperature-wise, our storage is a little toasty, but not insanely toasty. Oh, no. I don't want it to sweep the eggs. Actually, do we have eggs turned off? We do. All right. Good job, past Nether, making the settings the thing. We're going to get those things swept out of that water. Make sure this system actually functions. I know there's no reason why it shouldn't. It's extremely simple automation, but that hits 500 kilos. Pump turns on. Buffer starts. That thing starts pumping. That pumps it down to interesting. What I'm going to do is go in here. We're going to put this on the max. That'll do. 3 minutes of pumping. Well, 3 minutes at 1x. Now, I would like to start clearing out the other sections of the map as well, so, you know, that's a thing we can do. Yeah. How the heck is everybody, by the way, out there? We're going to be streaming, as always, noon to 6, Monday through Saturday for the foreseeable future. I don't have anything crazy lined up at the moment. I do think I have a doctor's appointment I'm forgetting about, but, you know, it'll be whatever it is, right? Now, the cool thing about this is that we'll be able to come in here and get this ice. In fact, I'm going to put another ladder that goes up to here. That way, because ice will collect for like 2 or 3 levels up there. So basically, after an ice storm, we could just manually queue to dig it up, and then it'll have someplace we can drop it. If we want to get really crazy, we can put backing tiles here so we don't accidentally lose some to the background of space, but we'll do that, you know, because it will... Insulated tile doesn't transfer a lot of heat, but it will transfer a small amount. There's a good chance that some of the liquid, some of the stuff landing up there is gonna melt, and we'll lose it to the background of space. But it's not like we're super hard up for water. If we were taking on, like, you know, 25, 35, you know, if we were taking on an obscene number of dupes, that'd be a different story, but we've kept our dupe population low. It's hard to say no to nutrient. Mouth breather, noodle arms, so yeah. Nutrient bars are a big plus for us, because being that we want to start getting into space reasonably soon, we're going to need those for our space exploration. We can use pickled meal for some of it, but pickled meal, even though it lasts a long time, does not last forever. I am starting to be at a little bit of a loss here, to be honest with you. I feel like a lot of these projects are just kind of like either cleanup or prep work. Like, I don't feel like we're doing anything crazy, so I don't know. I'm considering sending Meep over to that second planet, because starting up on the second planet really is a whole... It's like starting a new base, you know what I mean? So... I don't know. Should we do that? No, 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 no. Why are liquefiable things going in here? Nope. Nope. I was like, why isn't stuff getting dropped in here? Because it's in the wrong spot. So, gonna have to fix that. Let's go down to liquefiable. And at a level 9, let's get that shit the fuck out of here. Hey, how you doing, ABC? What's the good word in your neck of the woods? We're furthering our plans for galactic domination over here. How about you? We've stabilized most of our systems to a pretty reasonable extent that Nether's actually comfortable pressing the 3 button. We're walling off the top part of space so that we can start working on our rocketry program. And I was just talking about possibly sending our first dupe over to the second planet. Yeah, see, that's why. Okay. Again, every time I press a 3, fucked up shit happens. So now we've got this weird infinite nonsense. Let's get an emergency mop over there. We really don't want water mixed in over here because it's going to cause problems with this thing off-gassing. Yes, it is. Of course it is. Nobody's going to emergency mop. Not a thing anybody gives a shit about. Oh, god damn it. So now we're not going to get... We're not actually going to get ourselves... any off-gassing here because of that. That just ruined our clay production because I wasn't... What happened was liquefiables went in here because I wasn't paying attention. I checked this one, but I didn't check this one. Sounds fun. I'm just chilling on my couch. Game looks cool. I might pick it up. It's a great game. It's a colony builder, so in that sense it's like RimWorld, but when you get late game like this, it turns almost into a factory automation style game. You start making these integrated systems and like automating things using shipping rails as you would use conveyor belts and stuff like that. So there's a lot of stuff late game that reminds me of games like Satisfactory, or if you play games like Factorio or Foundry or any of that stuff. Because you do get to a point where it's about like how much can I automate. You can set up, like this is our rail system here. I assume it's seated, but can you expand further out? Yeah. So I'm playing on a smaller planet. There are different sized planets. If you play classic, they're way big because the vanilla game was only a single planet. So this is our first planet, but if you go out to our star map here, these little things, some of them are planets, some of them are harvestable meteor showers. This is our second planet over here. We gain access via teleport. So you can go to multiple planets and start different colonies, and each planet has different resources. So the reason I'm talking about galactic conquest is we're going to send out ships full of dupes and colonize every planet and have them harvest that planet and set up interplanetary launchers to launch all the resources back to our home planet, because there's plenty of resources out there. And from our home planet, we're going to process everything. We're going to cook. Basically, our home planet's going to process all the materials, do all the crazy like build projects, and then they're going to also be the food source. This planet is really good that we're on for making stuff like barbecue. It's really great for like meat-based foods because of reasons. The industry kind of feeds the things that give us meat. And this planet is a radioactive ocean, so there's a fuck ton of water sources. So over there we'll be doing our water-based food. And these two planets are going to feed the entire galaxy. So every time we set up a colony, we're going to set up some sort of automation for these planets to dehydrate that food, launch it to the other planet where it will be rehydrated and fed to the dupes that are, working on that planet. So I just kind of screwed up one of our systems over here, which is going to necessitate me to do some stupid shit to fix it, and I'm not happy about it. I'm angry. Not angry, but ugh. So did we already... So we already got the liquefiables out of there. Gosh. Frustrating. So just enough ice and snow got in here that it got melted and screwed up this system. Ugh. That's what you get for trusting the dupes. Alright, so how do I want to address that problem? Do I want to address it right this second? God, I don't, but we kind of have to. So what we're going to have to do to fix this, at least... We're going to have to put those there. Delete those. And then put all of that back. We'll priority 6 the build on that stuff. And walling in space is almost done. But yeah, that's this game, like in RimWorld, the challenge is dealing with raids and mech hives and like, you know, the crazy difficult events that Randy throws at you. This game, it really is more about the player versus the environment. Like, we need this volcano, which Emily named Jonathan, to generate enough heat to boil crude oil into petroleum, because the other ways of doing it, you lose half of the mass. By boiling it with ambient heat, we maintain full mass. That can then be burned in these generators to give us polluted water, which we're boiling off with the heat in this room, so it's turning into dirt and steam. The steam is going up here. The steam turbines are eating excess heat and turning it into power, and turning the steam back into 95-degree water, which it's either dumping back in here or sending out to the reservoirs, the oil reservoirs. So we've done some automation priority up here. If the room in here reaches above a certain pressure, these will prioritize moving water out into this container, and this container is feeding the crude oil reservoirs down here. You put some water in, you get crude oil out. The crude oil drops down using gravity, sloshes over here, gets pumped up to our crude tank, which is then going into the system where we started, and boiled into petroleum. And that whole system loops around, and these things basically create power, water, and carbon dioxide. The carbon dioxide is eaten by these little carpet monsters. We have enough of them that the overflow of these guys gives us barbecue, and because of them we have 3.1 million tons of barbecue. Our dupes eat 1,000 calories a day, so we could have, like, with food we could probably have about 4 to 5 times as many dupes, but we are a little low on water, which is why we're trying to use water positive processes. When you burn off the petroleum, you actually get more water back than you put into generating the crude, because we're doing a 1-to-1. If we were using the built-in systems for refining crude into petroleum and not using a volcano, we would not get back positive water, because we would lose half of the mass. Yeah, we're getting polluted oxygen off-gassing over here. I think that has to do with the fact that that we're dropping water in here now. Mostly we were pulling it out, but it's trying to restabilize. And yeah, we're getting bits of polluted water. and it is starting to off-gas a little bit here and there. Yeah, because the water droplets are falling onto it. Okay, we'll fix that another time. I see what's going on. And even though it's giving the animation, it doesn't look like it's there. It might be getting deleted because of the other stuff around, but there's ways to deal with that. Namely, we could kind of like, instead of having mesh tiles here, we could make this kind of like a bit of a tray. Like we could put airflow tiles here instead. And then the cooled water would stay here, and these aqua tuners would get cooled, and they would wind up boiling it off as long as they were working. Lot of possibilities. Lot of possibilities. I think we've reached the edge of the map over here. Okay, so once that's built all the way over, the ice meteors will just crash and collect up here, and we could go up and manually grab them. The only thing we got to watch out for while we're doing this is if a dupe gets entombed in ice, we got to go dig them out before they run out of air. Jonathan comes back on and online in 14 cycles. We've got plenty of magma to keep that going. This mess. Now, the unfortunate problem with this is that the water up here... This is how they get killed. They accidentally built themselves into this spot underwater. Somebody get over here immediately. We almost lost a dupe there. I was talking to Julie yesterday about how, like, yeah, you know, I don't like losing dupes. I'd probably there's a good chance that if I lost a dupe, I would want to restart a playthrough as well. So this is a weird situation, right? We're trying to get the water out of here that came in here. The water is floating on top of the polluted water, the regular water, because that's how it works, right? But because it's on top of it, the polluted water will stop being able to off-gas, which is this whole point of this chamber is to off-gas the polluted water and then turn the polluted oxygen into what we need. So we needed to get the water out. The reason I did it like this rather than trying to filter pump it is if you put mesh tiles down, waters can't occupy the same tile, like things can't occupy the same tile. So since there's polluted water here, the water sits up on this tile, and we can mop on top of the polluted water on these mesh tiles and actually get ourselves and mop up the water. So now we mopped up the water. I don't even know if we have a spot for the water. We do! I have a spot for water. That's phenomenal. So we can put a sweep command on that. So now our clay production should come back into the situation. We're going to wind up having this droplet of water sitting here for all eternity because I'm not dealing with it. Somehow we wound up with some petroleum down there. We'll mop that up. Jesus, this is insane. Alright, we're up to 7 glossies, which is good. We only had 1 glossy mutation, so starting from a single glossy egg that naturally mutated, we've gone up to 7 in this room. They're getting sheared for plastic. Then we're going to do the same thing over here. We've got plenty of overflow Drecos going into here, and as they grow up, they're getting sheared. They'll get sheared for their scales as well. Currently, these 2 ranches are full. So, in theory, this guy's just going to sit here and do nothing. And then when he dies, the next egg will get put in there. I don't know if this is a perfect system. That's interesting. Don't know how well I do end game, but it sounds like a fun time. It's the same. So in the same regard as RimWorld, It's like when you start, you have almost nothing. So it's very basic. It's like, all right, make sure your dupes have a toilet. Make sure they have a bed to sleep in. Make sure the CO2 they're breathing out either gets stored somewhere or scrubbed somehow, you know, and it's like it starts to gradually build. So when you look at an endgame base, it can be intimidating. Like this whole side of the base is like endgame industrialization. This stuff is like how I set up my endgame bedrooms, but it's not the hardest thing to figure out. And then like toilets, and this is a nature reserve. These slicksters, I swear to God, or long-haired, whatever, they'll be fine. It'll sort itself out now. There, Emily, what's going on? How you doing? Welcome to the madhouse. We had a little bit of chaos today, but 12 grams of water, huh? I'm not sure that I care. There's just a little bit of water there, and it's in the way, but I don't care. Emily, every time I hit a 3, something goes wrong. Save me. Wait, does that say 382 kilos of snow? That's crazy. That is fucking crazy. I guess it's not that much. 1 ton is a single tile of water, right? Okay. What am I doing, guys? What am I doing? Fast. Every time I go fast, things break. Every time. In both this game and RimWorld. Just every time I hit fast mode, everything falls apart. Not falls apart, but that's when like I was so confident I was running it, and then I was like, oh, okay, cool. And then I noticed there's just water here, and I'm like, why? I checked this one. This didn't have liquefiable in the filter. Then I checked this one, and it did. And snow or something got in here, melted through the mesh tile, and just whoop, went all over the place. Realistically, I should probably just have an airflow tile there, but I had that there because we wound up filling this with water at one point. It was a whole thing. Because I'm trying to sweep all the snow and ice basically into here from the top of the map, because we're just mining everything out to get ready for our space program. So trying to like core out all this and finish this safety lip up here at the top so that we can plan our rockets in here. Even like started to fully button up all these systems down here, which I'm just so stoked about. But yeah, it's like, okay, well, we need a place to sweep up the snow, ice, et cetera, and I made this here, and a lot of it was just getting dumped in here, and then went over here, got into the polluted water over here, so it wasn't off-gassing, because this is where we're making ceramic we're making clay for ceramic at the moment. Whole thing. You know how it goes. But right now, I'm trying to decide. All the projects we're working on are like minor tweaks and stuff, other than wanting to mine this out and start doing this top bit, and we already finished that for the most part. So I'm trying to decide what our next course of action is for the next 2 hours of stream here. And I think we might just send Meep over the second planet and get the second planet going, because might as well, right? I think we have to. Free Agnes, right? Let's just open her up. We'll get there. We'll get there. Jonathan is going to come back online in like 10 or 15 cycles. 13 and a half cycles, Jonathan comes back online. But it's going to take a while before I want to free Agnes. We could really get into that being the main thing we do, but that will be like us repeating all the same stuff we did over here and then expanding this out. It's not really a problem in my book, but it just requires a little bit more math, because it's one of those technicality things. We only have 5 oil reservoirs, not 6. So if we wanted to run a full-on second petroleum boiler and fully double up our slickster ranches, we'd have to do some shenanigans to make sure everything worked. I.e., we'd have to somehow warm up this carbon dioxide geyser. We'd have to get the leaky oil fissure to drop its crude down here, and I've got ideas for that. So we'd basically have to start focusing on ripping all of this out and then building in our more permanent systems. And I'm not against doing that. It's probably what I would be doing if I was just like having like off-stream chill time playing the game, but I kind of want to get at that second planet. Let's check on Meep real quick, and then I'll probably take a restroom break. So Meep can get into, he's got 9 points. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I think we can send Meep. Meep is already up to 14 athletics, and we're not going to have them in suits when they go over. Ren, on the other hand, needs to stay and cook a little bit, so he's going to continue running. Yeah, okay. Let's pull the trigger on that, but let's do it after I take a quick restroom break again, because, you know, my teeth are practically floating over here. I appreciate everybody spamming the hydrates. I'm going to grab myself another glass of water on the break. I'll throw up Bobby's links over here so you guys can check him out if you like the music. And I'll see everybody in a second. We'll send Meep over to the second planet. Take care of yourselves. I'll be right back. I'm back. You know, just a little quick liquid in equals liquid out paradigm adjustment. So, stress of 18%. Yeah, that's because you accidentally walled yourself in and got yourself, we almost lost a dupe, Em. We almost lost a dupe. Thank you, ABC. They walled themselves in underwater. Of course they did, and I barely caught it. Like... In fact, they probably... Yeah, I was like, they probably pissed themselves somewhere. I'm sorry that Sorry that happened, Al, but kind of not sorry because you're an idiot. Okay, so... Are we really ready to do this? Oh, let's scrub Meep first. That's what we have to do first. And then we're going to take him off of... Well, I don't want him to not be able to get into the bed. Ooh, vroom vroom out there. I got to set up some hotkeys, but we do have a emote for when you guys hear the loud cars being assholes outside. There you go. boop that a little bit. I wonder what perfect oxygen base is like. I mean, I don't think there's anything you can do that's perfect in this game, but currently we are like super stable. So like this is breathability. Ooh. Is this CO2? Yeah. So I should have some more airflow tiles in the duplicate gym down here because the stuff is not floating down fast enough. But all of this is perfectly breathable. This stuff is not going to be because the gases that the animals need are not breathable. It's hydrogen and chlorine here, then hydrogen up top and oxygen down here, which is why that's breathable. This is some hydrogen that accidentally got stuck here. Same thing over here. Not interfering with anything, but could get dealt with eventually if I get bored enough to deal with it. This doesn't matter because this is going to be a liquid tank, but I guess in theory we could put some airflow tiles to move that stuff around. This is all meant to be carbon dioxide because that's what these animals eat. And they all go into suits. So these little, like, suits carry oxygen. So my dupes, when they come out of their bedrooms, have to get into suits before they go anywhere. The only dupes that actually... The only time they need oxygen is when they're in their beds or before they come onto the team officially. We have them running on these wheels to get their athletics up so they live down here and they don't get into suits. Suits slow them down, and that makes it almost impossible for them to do anything. And so these things, electrolyzers, these split water into hydrogen and oxygen. So we set up a little system in here. I am using some known exploits, but they've been exploits since before the game even released. So they're as I would say, they're kind of emergent game mechanics. By putting these doors in this configuration, we can fit infinite water down here without causing pressure damage. And then we're pumping it into these two things, right into these two electrolyzers, which are then splitting it into hydrogen and oxygen. And by layering little pieces of water on top of brine, it could be any liquids, just nothing at off gases. See how those blink like that? That's where all the gases spawn, and because of the way we have this set up, the hydrogen gets shunted to the left and the oxygen gets pushed over to the right. And so if you look at our gas overlay, this is all oxygen and this is all hydrogen. The hydrogen is then pumped into these generators to power the system, so it's self-powered. A self-powered oxygen machine. Oh yeah, so the stuff where I was talking about, this star map where you go into space, that's from the DLC. The original one, you get one big thing like this, and when you launch rockets, they go off screen, and there's a menu that's like, they're going to somewhere, and so basically it's like a dupe leaves, and then like a few hours later, they come back and their rocket unloads junk and then leaves again. So if you want to be able to make multiple colonies on different planets, you need the mod. You need the DLC, not the mod. And I am playing with a couple of mods, ABC. Nothing you would be crazy. I'm playing with a mod called True Tiles, and it makes these tiles look like what they're built out of. So this is sandstone. This is igneous. If you play without True Tiles, all the insulated tiles look the same as every other insulated tile. All the regular tiles look the same as every other regular tile, so you'd have to mouse over to see what they're made out of. It makes the game a little bit more visually stimulating. A lot of people who play with it play with that. So that's the aesthetic one. We also installed a planning mod so that we could actually draw with different colors and plan things. And a blueprint mod so that we could make blueprints for systems that we want. I don't really use the blueprint one too much. And then the only other one I think we have right now is sweep by type. So when you go to sweep up the debris, that's what this little symbol is. Without the mod, it'll sweep it up, just all whatever is there. With the mod, you can say, hey, I don't want you to sweep up liquid bottles. I don't want you to sweep up snow and ice. I don't want you to sweep up critter eggs, and it filters it. A lot of us believe that that should be in the base game. It's such like a commonly used mod and something that's super handy. And there's a bunch of everything else. Just like RimWorld, you could get going and put like dozens or even possibly hundreds of mods when all is said and done. All right, Meep is scrubbed, right? So just to give you a taste of what the early game looks like, we're going to go over to our second planet, which is more or less what it looks like early game. A momentous occasion. You can go to the second planet like as quick as you could find the teleporters. I just like to wait because I like a very stable first planet, so I don't have to worry too much about what's going on. If you can micromanage 2 different starts on the planets, by all means. But I even preemptively piped over oxygen, so as soon as we activate the receiver on the other side, this planet's going to be providing oxygen for the other planet. So, I guess I could keep running my mouth and screwing around, but we might as well go. Yeah, let's go. Where's Meep? Meep, it's time. Actually, hang on 1 second. I want to check his schedule. Oh, perfect. He's starting his day. We'll probably swap his schedule out a little bit. I love Colony Sims. Not a massive fan of Factory Maker games, but I'll definitely try it. I've never been good at factories. I like factory games. I'm really actually super pumped about the new Satisfactory release. I've been on prepping to figure it out. But yeah, you don't have to play it like a factory game. You can play it more like a colony builder. I just tend to, when I get late game and stuff, I tend to get kind of factory. If I were to play RimWorld, I did do a peaceful run, but if I were to do RimWorld on peaceful, it would be the same goal for me. How do I automate everything? How do I make it so that the pawns don't have to do a goddamn thing? I would go into Mechaniter, I'd automate everything in there with all the mechs doing everything. I'd create individual zones so that specific mechs were doing specific things. It would be like a whole thing. I tend to go towards factory late game in most of my stuff. All right, Meep. Oh, I have to hit teleport. So, boop. Bye, buddy. We'll see you on the other side. I tend to go for vanity more so than automation. Fair enough. Fair enough. Okay. Meep's about to... Okay. Meep's coming in here. Now... If you want a little taste of RimWorld ABC, he got destroyed. His brainwaves got copied and transmitted across to this planet, and his body was destroyed, and then a new body copy was made over here, and his brain his thoughts and memories downloaded into his head because they're printed. There's a whole bunch of detailed lore that everybody could get into way better than me, but... So, second planet, radioactive ocean. So this is basically... You don't have all this when you start normally, you just have the printing pod, but this is more or less how it feels when you start. Like, you have this, and you have to figure out how to live. The cool thing about this planet right now is that we've got a lot of built-in oxygen. A face only a 2-ton printer can love. Ah. All right, so first things first, because he's gonna wanna use the bathroom. So we're gonna have to dig some stuff out and put in a temporary restroom. All right, so priorities. Meep, your priorities are no longer to operate. What we're gonna do is we're gonna uptick life support. That can be set normal. Can you set difficulty like in RimWorld, or is it set in stone? You can set difficulty, ABC. When you start the game, you're offered an option between relaxed and survival. Obviously, relaxed is a lot more forgiving. And then when you click on either one, just like RimWorld, you have access to sliders. So you can increase stress, you can increase or decrease stress, morale, meteor damage, all that stuff. So I did the equivalent of a 500% RimWorld run on this. I went in, hit survival, and then cranked all the sliders up to max. And we played on a frozen planet start, no teleporters, and max frozen forest, max difficulty, no teleporters, and we had to achieve home sweet home in under a month of streams. That's up on the YouTube if anybody wants to check it out. I'll do the responsible streamer thing and post up the link in case anybody's looking for it. Also, the Discord link if you want to come and join us. I post when I go live. We talk about stuff, hang out, do community stuff like a community Minecraft server. We're going to be doing a community Satisfactory playthrough. But yeah, you can really make it crazy. Home Sweet Home, there's two ways to get a credit screen. You can build the monument, which requires an obscene amount of endgame resources. Not so obscene once you get used to the game, but when you start out, when you look at the list of resources necessary, you're like, how the fuck am I ever going to make that much shit? So that's one way to get a credit screen. The other way is somewhere in the universe, there's this thing called the temporal tear. You have to find the planet that has the laser that opens it, supply enough radiation and power to turn that laser on. It opens the tear, and then you fly a rocket through it. Stream reviews Fallout Shelter as if it was good. You know, I played Fallout Shelter. I'd say for a tappy, mindless game, it's not bad, but it is not a good game. And really shouldn't be compared to this one. Alright, so for now, we're going to put Meep's life support all the way up. And then we'll have to do a few other things. I liked Fallout Shelter too. I don't think it's like, you know, a god tier game, but I definitely think it's a solid piece of work for like a clicky game. Alright. So, we've got pips, we've got oxyferns, we've got plenty of built-in oxygen. It's a lie. Oxygen is always included in this game. At least a little bit. And we got a lot of freezy bits. Alright. So my thought process is, so the way this place works, because I've done the math, it always spawns with this structure. You can fit 3 beds in here with a little trickery, and as long as you can demolish that shit, and basically make this a barracks for 3 people. This is the size you could make a great hall, so all you need is a decor item, a cooler, whatever. So that's your eating and sleeping arrangements, which is where you get your morale really quickly. The main thing we have to make sure that we manually put together is a bathroom. And eventually we'll rip all this out and reconfigure, but for now we're going to use the existing structure as our main bit. So what I think we're going to do is, can we dig through this? Is this hard? Easy enough to dig through? Easy enough to dig through. Wonderful. We're going to put our temporary bathroom over here, and I think our main travel spine for this planet is going to go on this side. That's often what I do. So the reason I'm thinking we put the bathrooms over here is if you look at the temp overlay, we've got some temperate temperatures here, but we got freezing temperatures down here. It's a frozen planet, so we'll have to deal with what we deal with. We'll probably put some farms up here to keep people alive temporarily, but let's get a bathroom installed down here. This is the main reason I checked his schedule. He needs to be... Oh, Jesus. Saltwater geyser right there. Excellent. Well, that's going to heat things up considerably, considering it comes out at 95 fucking degrees. It's fine. It's going to wind up fighting this, although... Door, toilet. I think I might change my mind here. We're gonna let him dig that, but I think we put the bathroom over here. The first one's not gonna have too much of a problem because it's not gonna be piped. So we'll have to change some stuff up, but You know what? No, let's not even dig there. Let's dig across. So I like to have at least a space, the ladder and a space. So we're talking about this for our main travel spine. So we're going to dig that. That gets us a little piece of aluminum. We're going to need a door, and then 2 tiles for the wash, and then 2 tiles for the outhouse. And that's going to need to go up to there, so we'll do that. And that's where we'll start. Yeah, it's a good like when you're bored game, for sure. Now this is the reason. Now we can go back to our main planet anytime we want, and it's still running. It doesn't pause when you're on your other planet, which is why you've got to be prepared. You either got to be able to micromanage 2 planets at the same time, or you got to have your first one established so well that you don't have to worry about it. We don't have to worry about our starter planet, so we're gonna put that there. And we're gonna go into. We're gonna take this kind of slow because that's how I do everything. We're gonna do a wash basin. Right. Actually, let's put the toilet in first. Outhouse goes right there. And then actually, yeah, let's queue this up as a dig. Prioritize that, get that in. And then we're gonna have to get access to water. Is this the... Oh shit, we need to get to this ASAP. If we can get to this, we can literally bring in oxygen from our other planet. Little Psycho, how you doing? Welcome in. Welcome, welcome. What do we got here? Little Psycho Panda, the tech-savvy panda who's coding whiz by day and a gaming maestro by night. With over 1.5 thousand hours and oxygen not included, they're still feeling noobish. Watch as they tinker with the automation in their Max Automation Run series, all while quizzing their AI sidekick Max. Will Max finally ace those Ani questions? Tune in for the nerdy thrills and aquascape chats. It's a, yeah. We have a bot called Frosty Tools. It scrapes like the titles of your streams and stuff like that, and does a little intro. So how are you? Welcome in, Raiders. I'm Nethercloud. I stream noon to 6. Yeah, when I found out about it, Panda, I was like, I went into somebody's stream. I was like, yo, that's fucking cool. And they were like, this is what it's called. Immediately went and hooked it up to my stream. It's fucking awesome. You can use it for free. But there's cooldowns on the shoutouts and stuff. But if you do a donation, you remove cooldowns. I'm still on free mode because, you know, times are tough and all that. But yeah, welcome on in. I stream noon to 6, Monday to Saturday. Monday, Wednesday, Friday is RimWorld, and Tuesday, Thursday is Ani. Saturday is our wildcard day. We're currently doing Hollow Knight. We're going to be switching to Satisfactory when 1.0 comes out. So I do a lot. I got my own AI bot, but I built it myself and also trained it on Ani Wiki. You're freaking amazing. Like, fuck yeah. So you're coming in with 1,500 hours. You're probably well-versed in Ani. Hello from Brazil. We have people from Brazil in our community. Welcome in. This is the first planet. We literally, right before you came in, sent our first dupe over to our second planet. This is our first planet. I like to spend a lot of time automating and getting systems stable. Yeah, check it out. Maybe you could, steal a few ideas from it. So anyway, yeah, we've basically spent an obscene amount of time here really nailing down all the systems. Last stream, we finally, got our industrial sauna into an industrial sauna, cracked open the steam room and everything. We've got slickster ranches, obscene amounts of barbecue because we're low pop. We did the math early on between this steam geyser and the overflow from our oil production, the water positive process of it all. We will have eventually enough to run about 16 dupes. So we're staying low pop. Second planet's full of water because it's a radioactive ocean. So we'll probably at one point pipe over more water or whatever. Math will set you free. Absolutely. So I'm pretty proud of some of these systems. We do the refining down here. We have the petroleum generator, Francis John style petroleum boiler here with the volcano. Spreadsheets. Yeah, I tend to do a lot of napkin math and trial by error, but spreadsheets are nice. This guy here is set up that once steam has gotten down to these sensors and the pressure builds up enough, it'll trigger the shutoff and start extracting the water out over to here, which serves as a buffer for feeding the oil reservoirs. And if that ever fully backs up, well, when that eventually backs up, we keep changing the system, but it'll then overflow into the infinite storage here that feeds into our oxygen. We are using infinite storage for gas and liquid and whatnot. There are playthroughs I've done where we don't allow ourselves to do that, but this is a cozy, casual playthrough. Not casual in the intensity of the things we build, but cozy and casual in the sense that we're not trying for any obscenely ridiculous fast goals or like putting the sliders on max difficulty. So this is more about automating and having fun and doing everything we can. Cozy with max settings. I was just telling ABC, thank you for following, Christo. Very much appreciate it. As I said, this is my main gig. I stream full time. It's not quite paying the bills or anything yet. You know, I make enough doing this for like sandwich money, but I would like to make this my full-time career, so I've been putting the effort in to do so. I got sick for a while. I had to have a lot of surgeries, and so this was one of the only things I could actually maintain doing while that was all going on, and it's been really wonderful. So I've met a lot of really wonderful people. Gotten the opportunity to like help some people with their you might have noticed we have the mental health awareness tags and stuff like that. So I have ADHD and bipolar, and so I've actually had people come in and tell me, hey, you really helped me not go through it today, and I really appreciate that. And so being someone who deals with those problems, to be able to help other people who deal with those problems while I do what I love, how does it get any better than that? It doesn't. So, yeah. So, safe spot here. Everybody is super chill. You know, we prioritize kindness and respect above all else. Games bring us together. Community keeps us together is the cheese. New planet, new friends. Exactly. We still haven't convinced Aya to get into Ani, but we've convinced her to get into RimWorld. Speaking of which, Aya, are you ever actually gonna play the game? I have ADHD too. You've been making my boring weekends much more entertaining. Oh, thank you, ABC. I try. I try my best. I really do. So, here's the thing. This water's about to freeze, right? So we kind of actually need to come over here to get water, because this is going to keep it from freezing. Maybe BG3 has my soul right now. Your soul is mine. Let's also pop ourselves down a water cooler, but let's put that at a lower priority. Yeah, so this is going to be 6. This is going to be a 6. We'll do the water cooler after. Decor-wise, can we smack in some decor fast? Ooh, we've got plants here. I think I can turn this into a nature reserve. That'll be dope right off the bat. Ah, whatever. Hydrate. I can do that. Thank you very much, Aya. Okay, let's let Meep work. Again, this is why I like to do the second planet once I'm very well established. I don't even have to look at the first planet. I will compulsively, but until the time comes that mess hall, barracks, latrine. So we've got 1, 2, 6 morale to play with. Okay. Meep is not named, Aya. Meep is a dupe that you can't even get in the starting dupes. You can only acquire Meep through the printables once you start. But if anybody wants to name said dupe, Meep and Ren don't have official names yet. We have a point redemption down in the point area for anybody who wants to name it. Oh, thank you, Aya. Aya's donating a rename the dupe for Meep. If anybody out there wants to name Meep, please feel free to throw a name up in chat. Only requirements is that it doesn't violate terms and service or doesn't hurt anybody in any way, shape, or form. You know, respectful and all that stuff. I reserve the right to veto names, but I've never had to, so... if any of the new people want to claim it, be happy to get you into the run. You can name it after yourself or just something fun and silly. Okay, okay, we've got you to something a little bit to do. Pitcher pump wise. Little Psycho Panda. What happened? Do you want to name it Little Psycho Panda? Is that what you mean? Okay, you are officially part of the run then. Welcome to the madness. So, Little Psycho Panda. Heck yeah, welcome to the colony. Okay, so... this is temporarily going to be the easiest water to snag so that Meep washes his hands before he eats. So, I think we're going to need to dig this and that. And we're really not going to get any type of push on that. So let's say, like, legitimately, we're just going to go right there. Yeah, you're the first one to go off planet, so we'll see how this all sorts itself out. It's going to take a long time before this place is as nice as the other one. My grand scheme for things on this planet is to build a nuclear reactor, mutate plants, and have a massive water-based food farm here, since we're doing all of the barbecue stuff on the other planet. So... now, over here... oh, that's why we're not using the data disks from the planet. Let's actually give that bad boy power. There you go. We prioritize this. I don't care what order. Ooh, printables. What do we got? Unempathetic plant murderer. No thank you. Unempathetic flatulent. Ugh, so close on all of these. We'll just take a wild Drecklet. And we're going to move you down over here to our wild farm. Again, not really a necessary thing at this stage in the game, but I reserve any wild creatures we print, we stick down on this tile. We have this little setup so that any eggs that fall off the side from the Drecos just get dropped back up here. That way we always have backup. And early game, that helped augment our food. So, cozy contingencies. Yep, yep. Alright, so we've got a geyser here, we've got a geyser here, we've got a geyser here. The fact that these two are so close together is freaking dope. The fact that these two are together is freaking dope. A lot of times, early game players, myself included, will freak out about mixing waters. They'll be like, gotta keep my salt water here, gotta keep my polluted here. I think at a certain point or another playing this game, you just realize, who gives a shit? So there's a good chance these two are just going to get, whatever these two are, they're just going to get dumped into a mixed tank. Same thing over here. And then all of that will get pumped into some sort of filtration system, whether it's a manual filtration system or we find a way to generate enough heat to boil the stuff off. But I don't know. I mean, we're not going to get there today by any means. Oh, shit. That's right. Consumables. Meep. I need you to be able to eat everything. You can literally eat whatever the fuck you want, my dude. We're not fully cooked over here yet, so excellent. I'm sorry, buddy. I totally hosed you. We're gonna change your schedule up too. Not right this second, after you sleep tonight. So Meep is down here on this schedule. I stagger my schedule so we get the most use out of our bathrooms. I'm not going to thaw out our friend. I've decided against it right now. I hate thawing out dupes. I don't like pure randomness. I'm the type of person that waits waits until they get good dupes, especially since we're doing a low population playthrough. Well, have an amazing stream and hope to catch you earlier next time because I got to get some sleep. It's too. Oh yeah, go get some sleep. Speaking of next time, let me make sure to follow you so I can pop in and check out your cozy colony. Followed. We'll come and say hi when I see you online next. You have a good night. Thanks for stopping by. Oh, of course, of course. Gotta support the fellow Ani players out there. Now, what we're gonna do is we're gonna priority 6 all of this stuff, including the digging. And now... let's come up with a plan. Teleporters take time to recharge. So let's make sure we inspect. We could actually send these data disks back home if we want to help with data research before we get into space, but it's not the biggest thing in the world. Decor here should be pretty good as well. Yeah, they do a good job giving you good decor. So, planning. Like I said, I want to get down here because we could just bring oxygen in from the other planet. We prioritize this so that they'll be able to wash their hands before they eat, because they might end up with food poisoning right now, quite frankly, because they used... Yep, they're covered in food poisoning. They used the toilet, didn't finish making the water, ate food, so they're going to get sick. It's just part of the deal. So I think what we got to do is start the downward hustle. This is all going to be problematic. We got to keep an eye on our temperature overlay here. This ice is likely to freeze because we get real cold down here, which he's not going to be happy about. But cold can't physically harm your dupes, whereas heat can. A dupe can get scalded, and then they can eventually... they get incapacitated, and if you don't fix them when they get incapacitated, they die. So, yeah. Let's go here. But we're going to dig this out too. That's all going to be on a 7. This is going to be on a 6, and then same thing there. We're also going to dig these out at a 5. It's going to take Meep a lot of work to get this done. Speaking of which, we scrubbed him. Or not Meep, Little Psycho. So let's see how Panda is. Now, hard digging is free. So, boop. We don't need to go into that. Improved farming is free. So, boop. We go into that. These two are going to cost us 1 because he's got passion, so it's half the price on the second tier. It's Photoshop coming in hot. How you doing, Photoshop? I know you don't go. I know you don't Twitch, but guys, if you want to check out some amazing artwork, go friend up Photoshop. They post stuff over in our art section in the Discord, and have just been a very wonderful person. I think we met through Zed, right? How you doing today? What's the good word in your neck of the woods? Well, we always try to support our friends here. Yeah, Zed and Killer. Hell yeah. I think Killer's the reason I know Zed. I think Killer guided the raid over to Zed, and that's how we wound up meeting Zed. And I love both those guys. Alright. Okay. So this is where focus is going to come in. Actually, let's not do that. What I want to do is start with tiles. Wait, does the true tile mod not come over to the second planet? Oh, no, probably, yeah, the icon. Never mind. I'm an idiot. So let's build those there. So we're going to do a little shifty business. We're going to build tiles to push this water over to the left. And then we're going to build a couple of tiles to push this stuff over as well. How much calories do we have? 19,000. So we got 19 cycles to get to the point where we're happy with what we got, and Meep is well put together. I'd like to snag an arbor acorn and get it home. Ooh, there's the betas. We can't let these guys overheat. So this is going to be getting insulated tile along this side of the map so that this stuff doesn't cook the betas is not an immediate priority, but definitely a priority. We need these to fuel our nuclear reactor. These guys are the most efficient way to convert uranium into enriched uranium, and enriched uranium is what we need for our nuclear reactor. So we can open that. Open that. None of these need to be closed. I got something Ani related on art site. Hell yeah! You know, I'll take a hot second to go up and check that out while we're on stream. Aww! Adorable. Cuddle Pips. Cuddle Pips, Cuddle Pips. We were talking about Cuddle Pips earlier. We got a Cuddle Pip mutation earlier today. Brave Gamer Cat? Oh, hell yeah. I don't know if I've met Brave Gamer Cat yet, but I'm sure I will. We've got sand, so we'll be able to filter stuff. There's a bunch of cracks we're going to want to dig to eventually. Oh, okay, okay. I feel bad that I don't, she also is huge into this game. Hell yeah. I'll have to Photoshop. I don't want to check right now, but if you could message me her name, just because I want to make sure I follow her back, if I haven't already. Yep, they did the data research. Yes, we're gonna get solid management. Oh, fuck yeah, dude. Fuck yeah. We found enough data disks from the random shit on the first planet that we're gonna get solid management. That makes me very happy. Yeah, you can message me on Discord. I never check messages anywhere else. So, anybody who was here the other day probably remembers me talking about where I want to put the chill tank so that we can rotate stuff through and freeze it out, right? So we're not sending 150-degree freaking dirt into our spots. We needed something from solid management in order to do that, because we don't have a conveyor rail thermosensor until we finish that research, which their Radbolt stuff is lagging behind the data analysis. So that'll be up shortly. That means next time we play, we could actually make that chill tank. Hardest part about that is finding more water to put into it, but hopefully by then we'll have some better systems sorted out. Let's check back over here just because I'm compulsive like that. This thing is staying consistent. Temperature in here is nice and toasty. And both our refineries are dumping heat. Excellent. I love this base. I can't even express to you guys how much I love this base. This whole integrated system we have here, I love it. I love it so goddamn much. Oh, there was a little project. All right, I'll deal with that in a moment. All right, this is gonna be awkward. I'm gonna have to micromanage this dude a little bit. Yeah, I know you're cold. It's fine. It's fine. We're just gonna get this sorted. So what I'm trying to do is push this water over so we can have a 3-tile wide space here, meaning we'll actually be able to like have air flow up and down. Simultaneously, we're also trying to move any liquefiable stuff or we're trying to basically like shove the ice in the water to the left and right so we don't wind up with problems with ice in our main travel thing right now. And I've got to decide how far down we want to get before we move to the left. This biome is obscenely cold, which is what we need it to be to make sure the betas don't die. They like it cold. The question comes down to, do we want to drill straight down and then come straight across? It's probably the best method. I was thinking about maybe coming through here. We'll break into here to grab the hexcellent fruit for food, but you don't need to disinfect that. That's fine. It's a toilet. It's gonna have problems. In fact, we don't need that there. We just need to dig that out. Oh, it's time for you to sleep. Fair enough, bud. Fair enough. Alright, back to checking on the first planet, giving some people over here some stuff to do. Alright, until we get more molten slicksters, let's get the slickster in there. Branches. 8 of 8. 7 of 8. 8 of 8. 8 of 8, 8 of 8, 5 of 8, for no reason. Is it up here? Yeah. I'm gonna figure that out one way or the other. Oh yeah, Julie, we got another hour or so. We just went over to our second planet. We sent over Meep, who is now officially a little psycho panda. So we got raided by some new friends today, and we are going to get ourselves established over here. How are you doing? So radioactive ocean is our second planet. You know it well. We've got a 95-degree geyser over here that's going to drive me crazy. Yeah. We've got another geyser here, another geyser here, another geyser here. So those should be all 4 of our water sources. Okay, yeah, let's get you building, buddy. I've eaten, had a bath, and a nap. Excellent. Excellent. That sounds like a great place to be. Alright. Then we can deconstruct that stuff and start drilling. Carbon dioxide, oxygen. We've got an oxyfern in here, so should absolutely crack this open. I don't want to crack this open because I don't want that carbon dioxide to get into our system, which does kind of suck, but you know, we'll deal with it as it comes. As far as radiation is concerned, it's not too bad down here. Even though we're on a radioactive asteroid. So many things to do. Now there are pips down there, so... This is going to be a whole thing with the CO2, right? I know I said we could theoretically make this into a nature reserve, but I kind of want to move the oxyferns. We don't have a carbon skimmer set up over here. Not that we're not going to set one up or anything like that, but everything is going to be limited for quite some time, so we need to get some systems in place. I'm going to priority these first and foremost, along with digging that out. Just because that oxyfern, this pocket of oxygen and that oxyfern is going to help us quite a bit along the way while we're digging down here. He's got to hold his breath, so we'd prefer for him not to have to hold his breath. You know what I mean? We've also got an oxyfern in here, so maybe also let's dig our way into there. Not going to worry too much about it. I think you already following that streamer because I have already sent her ID to your Discord and you told me... Oh, fuck yeah. Okay, okay. I don't remember things, Photoshop. Body temperature is what's halting that. Let's at least get a little bit of oxygen flow going here. Alright, he's got plenty of work queued up. Let's go check on our main planet, make sure our systems are working. Not that we have to make sure they're working, but... How long do we got this guy going? Next dormancy is in 7 cycles. Just shy of 10 tons of... Yeah... 30, 40, so about 80 tons of water. Yeah, that's a lot, because a ton is a tile, so 80 tiles, yeah, that's plenty of water for us to get through the dormancy. Not that I doubt it, but like, you know what I mean? Because we're in water. Turn it on. That's why you gotta check systems. That little drop of water that friggin' got its way in there. Let's get it out. H2O included. Yeah, my brain is definitely some some version of spicy or another, but I'm okay with that. I've learned to live with it, but at the same time, you know. Yeah, no, I've got post-it notes for that. Actually, yeah, if temperature's gonna halt our problems down there, let's not even worry about uprooting those right now. We'll dig up to that for food at one point or another, but not an essential thing. We want to get some basic systems going over here. Solid management. Oh, I love you, game. Sorry, I got excited. Okay. We might have a couple of we might have a handful of data disks left, so what do we want to get started on that? I don't know that it actually matters. I don't think there's any small petroleum engine. Oh, you know what? Yeah. Yeah, if we want to get over to petroleum, that'll be the next thing. Okay, so any data disks we get can get put into that research. I'm good with that. Now over here, we built the thing, so let's mop the thing. That'll get the water out of there and make my life less obnoxious. We've got our barrier to space put up. I'm just trying to keep an eye on these ranches because I don't know why I don't trust the dupes, but like right there, like 7 up here. Get that done, please. I apparently don't know enough about ranching. Speaking of which, how about up here? Okay. Whatever. Some of it seems to work. Sometimes I also wonder, like, is it just that I'm, like, keeping an eye on it? You know, it's like one of those watched pot never boils type situations, right? It's like, are they really having problems, or does it just take time to catch everything up? Oh, we've got a magma biome down here. You know, I think the last time I had a radioactive asteroid to play with, we didn't have a magma biome. The bottom of it, I think it was a frozen core. We could set up geothermal over here as a stopgap. We don't have to go straight into nuclear reactor. We could go into geothermal over here. Okay, so that brings to question, how long until we can get our second teammate over here? Oh, like, not long at all. It's 55% recharged. Ren. I said I wanted to let Ren cook in the gym a little longer, so we'll let that happen, but... just tightening up a few things while we're down here. I just want to make sure that I have, like, indications of my previous intent, and also clean a bunch of stuff up. Gonna shut this off again. I swear, somehow, some way, we're gonna beat the polluted oxygen paradigm here. Hello, welcome. We're on our second planet, but our Panda is asleep, so Are they? Where'd you go? Oh no, you're digging. Field research. So we're gonna have to level Meep into field research to activate that. We're gonna need some core systems here. Thank you. Okay, so we're gonna need access to a skill scrubber. And power generation. Okay, I think I have an idea. Oh, storage tile. I completely forgot that these were a thing. That's crazy. Not gonna worry about that right now. Now, if we go with our 4 tall convention, we could theoretically put that there. But maybe we just... Alright, so we're going to end up putting this here. And then a wheel and a battery next to it. I know it sounds insane, but right now the biggest thing we need to get done over here is get that thing turned on. So we'll let him keep digging what he's digging, because that's part of the whole thing. Actually, let's do a jumbo battery. Let's slide that all over. So we're going to do a jumbo battery, let's say, here. We're going to want a hamster wheel here. And then we're going to want a skill scrubber here. We're going to go in here and snag a power wire to go across here like that. So the whole thought process here is we're going to need to level Meep into some research, right? And leveling them into research means we can't level them into other places. We don't have obscene amounts of morale to level them into everything like we do on our main planet. So we've got to be careful with what we do. So I want him to dig out over to this one, and then we're going to have to put him into... Excuse me. We're going to have to put him into field research to activate that. As soon as he's activated it, he's immediately going to want to get skill scrubbed. So we're digging in here, and then we're going to sort this out, and then we're going to activate scrub the whole back and forth. Idea being that we're going to get oxygen from our main planet. That's our goal here. So we already set it up on the other side. I'm not going to queue up for him right now immediately to make the pipes, but the pipes have the ability. I love that. God, we are not even going to have to get into nuclear for a long time. Like, geothermal is going to pump this planet along quite nicely for a while. Let me check the star map again. Uranium meteor showers. We have already found our 4 geysers, one of which is exposed. Space, magma, forest, ocean, radioactive. Alright, so we know the biomes. Next thing we need to do after we sort this out, after we sort oxygen coming over here, we need to sort food out, yes, but we've got 17 cycles, and mealwood only takes a few to grow, so we're going to set up... We already set up to harvest the mealwood that exists naturally. There's some excellent fruit, and there's plenty of cracks that are probably food that we can dig to. What we need to do once we get this thing activated and this bit built up is start doing exploratory digging, looking for the other half of this. We need to be able to send stuff home, because one of the reasons we're over here is there's a few resources that we really want. Namely, we want to get arbor trees back home for... Well, I mean, honestly, we're boiling water now. Making a chill box is actually probably an easier way to get dirt at a reasonable temperature than running arbor trees, but it is what it is. It is what it is. We do want arbor trees back home. They're not as essential now that we have all of our water being boiled off. I should actually do the math on that, but we're not going to do the math right this second. Okay, so So we have access to that. We don't actually need a door, but in case, we're going to do that. We're not going to put a door right there for now, but... And actually, let's cancel that real quick. Because he will start running on that shit, and we need him to just handle business over here. So we're going to dig this stuff out. Making sure to keep these bees alive is going to be my #1 priority once we get ourselves established. I do want to get our other dupe over here quick, because more hands make less work status. I mean, that's not entirely true, but you guys know what I'm talking about. Yeah, because we want to get stuff automated. We could actually send food over, in theory. We would just... it's one of those things where it's almost more work to send food over, because we would then have to either manually mitigate how much food gets sent over. There's ways to do that. I know how I would do it. If we send over barbecue, it'll spoil. If we send over pickled meal, we don't have any pickled meal for our like other space program stuff that I want to get done. So I think ideally we're going to be focusing on having these guys farm and eat their own stuff over here, which means someone's going to have to cook. I don't know who it's going to be. We do want to be on the lookout for some more dupes. We want to do our main cooking on our primary planet, so we don't want to dedicate someone to cooking. We just want someone to come over here who can be leveled into cooking, so that we are not wasting food. Very much like we did in our initial start out, we want to make sure we're not wasting resources. So it's going to be the same like when we started over here. More about throughput, you know, making sure that we have what we need and no more, no less than what we need, so that we can actually not waste materials until such a time that we could integrate both planets and feed everybody over there. We'll want to get a deep freeze up over there reasonably quickly. Poke shell. We don't have a poke shell on this planet. Hang on a second. Lear is a good farmer, but not very multifaceted. More materials is never bad until we can start harvesting stuff from space and whatnot. But it's not like we're hurting. We've got 200 tons of sandstone. Poke shell spawn. See, the thing is when this thing grows up, it's going to be an asshole. So... Alright, so this goes back to like what we had to deal with the fish. Fish. There's a way to deal with poke shells, and they can be very useful, especially if you keep them wild. You could also ranch them, but... Oh, wait. You actually need tiles under you as well. That's something I didn't catch. That needs to have tiles, or that's not actually going to work. This is one of those things where I might get the poke shell and just stuff it somewhere for now, somewhere we don't go a lot, in the hopes that we don't have problems. Ugh, I hate doing stuff like that, but... The question becomes, where can we stick that thing where it's not going to cause insane number of problems? Also, we should actually get a proper ladder in there like that. Where would we jam a poke shell for now? That they're just not going to get in the way, but... I mean, maybe we just dump it right over here. It won't be able to walk on the ladder, so it's just going to walk, like, up and down. And I don't think it can get up on here, but even if it could... Yeah, let's just do that. Oh, and we're already up to 23,000 on this planet because we dug out some food. Now, where do we think the other piece of this is? It's not going to be down in the magma biome. They're not that cruel. We have some space over here where it could be. I think, I mean, we're pretty dead center, and this is the whole planet. It's not a big planet at all. So it's either somewhere here, 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 or here. This is a larger area. Yep, okay, so we got a fresh batch of magma, and that shows that our thermosensor's entombed. And I think this is actually starting to finally fill back up, now that we've got substantially more steam in here. This place is cleared out. Temperature is probably regulated a little bit. Yep. We're doing okay. Doing quite okay. Watani. Alright, we're up to 1.8 tons of ceramic as well, which is nice. That's the cool thing about working on the second planet is we have all of our processing set up. So stuff will continue to get processed. So when we are not focused on our second planet, we'll be able to come back and be like, oh, okay, we've got 1.8 tons of ceramic. We didn't have any ceramic when we started today, and now we've got a second metal refinery. Our steel is up to 15.7 tons. We're making, as we make the iron, it gets turned into steel. So that's fantastic. And I swear to God, if these farms don't have, you have 0 critters in here. 5, 8, 7, 8, 8, 8. I hate you, dupes. I fucking hate you. Alright. Let's just add these guys back into the mix. Right, because... Okay. I don't care anymore. I mean, I care, but I don't care. Let's not worry about getting molten slicksters going just yet. That's going to be a whole thing. We're going to redesign this incubation room, this hatchery room, in order to make that more reasonable and more efficient. But until the time that I'm ready to do that, we'll just have to keep an eye and make... We've got millions of barbecue, literally millions of barbecue, so it's not like we're hurting for it right now. We snip that wire, and then we attach that guy. Seven degrees, salt water. Yeah, we're going to wind up with a massive mixed tank of random waters just from collecting stuff from around here. We do need to get a team of at least, 2 or 3 people working over here. Having one person is just not going to cut the mustard. Trying to think what other powered things we need to get done in here. It doesn't really matter, I suppose. It's carbon skimming. And it's cold down here, so that's going to be difficult. Yeah. ideally, I'd like to put a carbon skimmer down here, right? Like, just ideally. But with how cold it currently is down here, that's not a reasonable expectation. 22 cycles worth of food. So we might just store our CO2, you know, not to play the same tricks back and forth, but scrubbing our CO2 is going to be problematic. It's going to be easier to put in a gas pump and send it to an infinite liquid storage. Provided, of course, that we put liquid in there that doesn't have a low enough... we could send some liquid over here. What is the freezing point on petroleum? -57. Okay. So, the plan, as it were. Let's check our overlay. This thing is just going to keep kicking out heat until it overpressures, so it's going to start cooking down this way. We want to preserve the chill of our bees. The bees are the most important thing on this planet, hands down. So the long-term plan, obviously we're not going to get to all of it in the next half hour. The abyssalite is here. So what we'd like to do is kind of come over here and insulated tile along here, and then probably just run an insulated floor along here until we're ready for our bees. We could also then run that insulation basically right up here. That way our base gets to a nice temperature. That way all this chill mixes with the heat from over here, and with any luck we'll get a more temperate style vibe, and then this will eventually overpressure itself. If it goes dormant and we have the opportunity to sneak in there and crack this open to drop more salt water on top of it to speed that along, cool. If not, we're just going to have to keep an eye on things. But I definitely don't want this heat leaking down to the bees. And over here we don't seem to have a lot of hot. So I'm thinking that's probably our best course of action. Diagonal of insulated tiles and then go across. But like I said, one of the big things we also got to do is find the other side of this so we can send the stuff we want back home. You have nothing to do, huh? Okay, so let's level Meep into field research it is. Because then we could actually... How many cycles do we have? Okay. So we could actually set this up to go real quick. So... let's get that going. And the cool thing is, since we're going bottom to top, we can just run this line straight up through a few different vents, and basically it'll prioritize the lowest ones first, which is generally what you want to do because oxygen rises. It's how we have our base back home set up, except since we're coming from the top down, we do the trick where we use bridges to prioritize the lower bits. And this place is solidly pressurized, so this is fantastic. Where are you going, bud? Oh, harvesting that. That's not a terrible idea. This pip is going to plant something. That's fantastic. We'll cue a mop there so he's not getting wet feet every time he does everything. We'll let him build this And then I think we can scrub him. Well... yeah, we really can't do much of anything. We need those 2 points back because we don't have morale. Fair enough. Meep's a great dupe. He's going to carry us through, but he's going to need a little help. So we'll get Ren over here soon enough. We don't need them to be super super fast. I just want Meep to get a few core systems in place before we bring over another teammate, namely the air and the toilets. We can get better toilets, but not until we tackle walling out the cold a little bit. Not trying to have shit freeze. And like I said, it's likely we're going to end up storing our CO2. Yeah. I think storing the CO2 might be more important than anything. Because CO2 is going to be a problem. So... a little bit of a beard stroke moment here. I think we're going to want to set up to pump over some petroleum. Right? Right. Remember when I was, like, setting the system up earlier? And we spent a long time trying to figure out the best way to give us options left and right? I'm glad we did that now, because we need to get a pipe over here from over here. And we have the ability to do so. So, hell the fuck yeah. Now, where do I want to run that pipe? That becomes the question. So this can come over... probably just like up here, across here, and then up here. Yep. Let's do it out of insulated. And this is what happens when you get onto your second planet. You're not done with your first planet, but you wind up taking on projects that help your second planet out. So we're going to go like this. And then we're going to go like this. But we're going to snip that. We don't want it to just automatically start pushing over there. Why is water dropping here? Of course. Somebody went to go put ice or snow in here, got called to lunch, dropped it here, and it melted. Oh, this is getting way low because of the research we're doing. Well, those Paco probably going to die. What's the temperature on the water down here now? 102. They're not going to like that. I really just don't have any place to put them over here. Yeah, whatever. If they die, they die. Okay, so we queued up the build over there. Right, so once they finish that build over there, we'll be able to pump over a little bit of petroleum. That petroleum will bottle up and we'll use it to create an infinite storage for our gases. Not an optimal solution, but I'm just going to do this. That way, it'll literally just drop on the ground here. We'll mop it, and then we'll move it to where we need to move it to. Which is where? Where are we going to move it? I might just dump it right under the toilets here. we're going to wind up, like, everything is going to get moved. We're going back to, like, full temporary systems type of situation, right? So we're going to want insulated tile. And we're gonna start by putting insulated tile there. And then if we need to put I don't think we're going to need to put a pump in here. Well, we should probably put a pump in here. It's going to be cold, so the pump won't matter. Boop, boop. I don't think we're going to put 2 pumps in. So we're going to do this. We're going to dig that, do that. We're going to come over here, grab a gas vent thing. We're going to stick this in here. Right? I'm doing very, very strange order of operations here. I trust myself to keep the food. It's one of the reasons sending a single dupe over to your other planet is kind of a good idea. As long as you have the patience to only have 1 dupe, we've got 23 cycles. And that was considerable. I think it was at like 20. It went down a little bit, but we've dug out a little bit. And just in the random stuff that we've dug up, we've found more calories. There's excellent fruit up here. There's excellent fruit up here. We've got a bunch of cracks that may or may not be food. So there's a lot of stuff that we have the opportunity to do to keep them alive. Now, if we wind up bringing over 2 or 3 dupes, they will work that much faster, but at the same time, they're going to chew through food that much faster. So it's a balancing act, and like I said, I like to err on the side of caution with just about everything I do. We're going to give ourselves the ability to deal with this gas once we get it in here. We're going to cancel that real quick. We're going to put in... Again, we're going to use our pedestal trick over here. We'll drop that in there. Dig that stuff out of there. That'll be fine. That'll be fine. And then we're going to need a couple of gas pipes. So let's talk about our gas pipes. We want this one to come over and then come up through here so that we're getting oxygen in a couple of different places. Yeah, we're going to have to do that, right? So it'll gas off here, there. Then let's say there, and then there. That will be our oxygen that comes in. Then we need to get the CO2 in here. Meaning we should also kind of dig this out to give ourselves space to work. But again, we're on a time constraint, so what do we do? Cancel, cancel, cancel. We've got a natural little pit here, but I kind of want to put... I'm going to come in here. Just going to stuff the CO2 down here. Once this line is built, CO2 will be able to fall down better. Yeah, we may want to just create a little divot at the bottom and stick a pump in it. I'm just thinking about, we need a shutoff, we need a gas pipe element sensor. So what is an optimal situation here? So let's say this thing doesn't go across there. Let's say this thing... No, 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 no. That's not what we need. We're back to paused planning, guys. I hope that's okay with everybody. So let's say that thing goes like that, right? Then we need a system... We need refined metal. That's okay. We can send over some refined metal from the other planet. We'll have to put a system in place for that. So this is turning into more of a what did we not build on the first planet that we're going to need over here type of situation. Gas vent is gonna, we'll put one there. Yeah. There's gonna have to be, okay, that'll be the work we give him to mess with. We don't have to skill scrub him right away, but now he's got plenty of things to screw around with to keep him busy while I head back over here. So I said we needed to get some stuff shipped over, correct? Correct. So in order to do that in a controlled way, let's give ourselves another tile there. What we're going to do is this is a very low-tech solution to this, but sometimes low-tech is the best tech. What we do is we go over here and we snag an auto sweeper. We don't have to make it out of anything fancy. It just has to have access to this thing. Yeah, you know what? We'll put it there. That's fine. And then we need a loader. Say right there. Shipping rail. There. So the reason we do this, we'll be able to set this box to whatever amount we want. So let's say we want to send, you know, 500 kilos of something. We set this to 500 kilos. We let them bring it over. Then we put this on to that resource, but don't allow manual use. The sweeper will then sweep this 500 kilos into there, and it'll go to the second planet. Then they will continue to bring stuff over here, but what we can do is just, you know, have it happen and then turn off the filters. Again, very manual, but very, very doable. As far as where we can snag power for this whole situation, what power system do we want to take this off of? It looks like it's going to come off of the core base. I think most easily accessible power is probably up here. So how about we do something like that? And that should get us there. Right? Yeah. So these are the projects we need on the first planet to get this sorted. Over here, we're letting Meep do... Where is he? Alright, he's doing that. That's good. You continue doing that, sir. You're not going to suffocate because we've got oxygen pumping in there. Hydrate and stretch. Thank you so much. Oh, spine. Love you too. Oh. Oh my god. Oh, there we go. There we go. That's gonna go there. Drink this up. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. I haven't seen any pictures of your makeup yet. You were supposed to send me those. I can't tell if you look amazing. Okay. Slept through the evening. Totally. Alright. How about this? If we put that there... We could also set up a door crusher for the CO2. Okay, so... That's not gonna do it. Hang on. Let me plan this better. I know you guys love me planning stuff, but let's cancel that. You can build that, that's fine. So we want to put like a little pit. And the reason I thought of doing it here is because the ice is here, so, you know, easy enough to dig out. So if we put a gas pump, then we need this to go to an element sensor, to a thing, to an overflow, right? And then this thing would have to come over and go up. So what if we just come down, sensor, boop. I'm trying to keep this floor flat, but not an easy thing to do, because we need one of those gas vent overpressure systems, so we'd have to dig a little bit deeper. I don't want to go deeper is the problem. Alright, let's take a look at our temperatures. -19, -11, to -2, blah 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 blah. Could just dump it on the left side of this as a way to not... Yeah, that might be what we do. We could inspect that. We could... Nobody's set to demolish over here, though, so... We do need to wall this in from the heat, right? Let's say, like, this game diagonals don't matter. Let's say we did that. Alright, that's all we really have to accomplish. Then we would dig this out. Put an overpressure vent here. Problem is, that would probably need to be an airflow tile. To make that easier, we could totally do like something like that. Right. And then, so that would all push its way out, although that's not an optimal situation. We will have to level them to demolish this if we want to place it with insulated tiles, but that's a whole thing, right? So then a gas pipe would go that way. You know, we could make this a hell of a lot simpler. Alright. Alright, we're in planning mode for our second planet in the last, 10-15 minutes of stream here. So let's actually plan, since we're over here now and we can see what we're planning on. That oxygen pipe, I like the way that's running. It's not, god tier anything, but it'll do the trick. We want to collect our carbon dioxide because scrubbing it's going to be a pain in the ass with the cold. Hi, Appa. It's almost time, bub. Almost dinner time. So, like I said, my thought process is, we're going to create like a little pit at the bottom. Come here, buddy. That's a good bubba. Oh, so good bubba. You are. Yes, you are. You want shoulder? So the idea is we're going to put like a little divot down here. Because it's going to be our floor for the foreseeable future, right? We're going to put just a little divot. He's a sweet boy. We're going to stick a pump, a shutoff, a gas pipe element sensor, and we need 2 pipes. We need one that's going to go over here with anything that's not CO2, and one that's going to go up here with everything that is CO2. Now, when I said we could simplify that, we could realistically, instead of having a shutoff and filtering gases, we just put a gas pipe element sensor, say like right here, and when CO2 gets up to here, it turns on the pump and just pumps it. And I think that might be what we do. We might end up with some oxygen up in this thing, but I don't care, if that makes any sense. This is not anything that's long term. We could eventually just pump that shit anywhere we want it to go. So I don't think that's going to be a bother. So I think that might be how we sort this, right? So in that sense, we don't need any of that nonsense over there. Low tech, low power, low tech. So we could put legit just stick that gas pump there, put a couple of airflow tiles here, and then put a sensor up here, like maybe like right there, so it's not like full of CO2 before it turns on. And I think that would sort us. I think that would sort us. We just need to get processed refined metals over here. So since we're waiting on the other planet for refined metal, we could just start our insulation situation. We're going to need all of that insulated for sure. So let's queue him up to do that. Let's priority 6 the piping situation. I'd rather have oxygen distribution done. We'll priority 4 that stuff. I'd prefer to get this stuff sorted first and foremost. Like I said, bees are a precious resource. We do not want our bees to die. It's going to take a long time for the chill in here to get hot enough for it to be a problem, but, you know, we might as well plan. So that's what we're going to do. I like planning. So he'll start getting that pipe in order, and then after that, we'll just do something like that. Right? I actually think this is a little bit more important because it's chillier over here. So yeah, let's maybe prioritize this project above the other ones. Let's do that. Priority 7. Those things. Like I said, we'll level him or Ren into demolition. As far as he's concerned, we can't really. We could put. It would cost us 3 points maxing out his, more or less maxing out his shit. So we could scrub him to get him out of research, but then we'd wind up having to scrub him again to activate the other half of the teleporter complex. I have this feeling that the other piece is on this side, but, you know, traditional logic would say it's over here. There's more space over here for it to be hidden, so, you know, there's no, like, real likelihood either way based on that, but like there's more explorable space than over here, so I think it's more likely that it's here, but it might legitimately be just like stuffed in here. I don't think so. It could be any number of places. Let's see if we can kind of peek an edge of something if we're not seeing it. There is some piece of the gravitas. It might be here. It might be here. We see pieces of the gravitas building, right? Tachyon, no. 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 Hey. All right, all right. Yeah, this is an important bit for us. We're not going to start stressing about food until it's about 5 days till he starves, because it takes about 3 days for mealwood to grow. So that'll give us a couple of days. Also, if we do this, he'll be able to harvest the mealwood that's here. Plus, there's hexalent there, so let's queue that up as well. We've got a lot of work for a single dupe, so we're definitely going to want to get Ren over here soon-ish. But again, like I said, I don't want to bring anybody over before we're ready to deal with them. Up here, we've got more mealwood. We've got more hexalent. Yeah, we've got plenty of found food for our team. Here's the edge of the map, which is obvious because there's the edge of the space map. We've got a lot of salt over here too. How's our sand looking on this planet? 46 tons of sand. So before this 46 tons runs out, which is going to take forever because the only place we're using it is over here at the water sieve, we're also going to want to start shipping over all of that salt so we can crush that up for sand and table salt. I don't really care about the table salt for mood. It'll be a nice little extra bonus, but the sand is going to be the way we replenish our sand. This is staying steady. I'd like this to be going up. How? How is it 0 of 3 critters? We're going to manually do this because it's going to drive me nuts if these things aren't full. 7, 8, 8, 8, 8. So we need one guy over here. Watoni. What's going on Watoni? Oh my god. Just murder that thing. Get him. Oh my god. It's going to ruin his night's sleep by being there. This is why I don't like glow bugs. Kill the goddamn thing. This loop is torture. He won't get out of bed to kill it. Like, oh no, I'm scheduled to sleep. Now he's awake. I wanted this to stay open for him to move faster, but if it's gonna let the shine bug in to screw with him, I'd like to delete this thing, but a lot of work to get done. A lot of work to get done. Yeah, and they already finished the petroleum situation over here. It's so funny. Anything that drops down here, we set up a system to just automatically dump back into main storage, because they drop things on the ladder system so often that it's just like, yeah, whatever drops, just put it in storage. Which we do have to get an actual proper main storage set up. I'm not loving this. I really kind of hate this little bit to the base, but we could nitpick details till the end of time on this planet. Wanted to get over and get this this whole situation screaming. Hi, Julie. All right, Meep. Save the bees. Actually, I'm not going to build that yet. He's going to need a way to get down and up again, so we'll we'll ladder down into here when the time comes. Okay. I like this asteroid. I am very happy right now. I like that these are right next to each other vertically. I like that these are right next to each other, you know, diagonally. It means we're going to be able to just kind of create 2 tanks and then send them into filtration somehow. Power is going to be an interesting thing, right? It's going to become order of operations. We're definitely going to want to go into geothermal and then transition into nuclear. Can we come up with a way to do both? Like, let's say we built that. I think that might be the goal for this. I think the goal for this planet, as far as power, we may very well want to, build a steam room that can start as geothermal and then be transitioned to nuclear. And then it just comes down to, like, how long do we want to keep the geothermal running versus how quickly do we want to, like, rip the entire core out for all of the resources. Like, I definitely would love to harvest the core, so to speak. Not that we need more igneous rock, but that's one of the hard things about having a magma biome is that's like the last place you can ever harvest. We could set up to literally just delete the heat, but that always feels wasteful because heat is power type of thing, so I don't know. I don't know. They're still working on these things over here. That's fine. All right. I think we're going to call it there. Next week, we'll get Ren sorted with getting over there. We'll get a little bit more infrastructure up. We'll get some power going. We're probably... I'm going to cancel this before we stop for the day. We'll make a more robust gas system because we're going to need it, right? Realistically, I think our power source is going to end up being hydrogen. We got a butt ton of water on this planet. I think if we run like a small team of 3 to 5 dupes and then just cram all of the water we can into there, we could run like a few electrolyzers. You know, we might end up running 2 or 3 electrolyzers. Nah. We'll see. We'll see. We'll come up with power. I would love to go straight to geothermal, but to go from... We're going to wind up having to use the hamster wheel for a moment. To go straight from hamster wheels to geothermal is quite the leap. I don't know if even I can fuck with that shit and get it right. But anyway, that's a story for another time and place. Let's see who we can raid out to. You know, I'll double save to make sure I don't fuck shit up. Let's see who's over on Twitch. Immediately pause the stream they throw on for you when you go on. Looking through. Who's playing Ani? You know, we always raid Too Legit because Too Legit's awesome. But let's see if we can make a new friend today. We already made some new friends. Is anybody else streaming? You know what? Let's raid Poku Tori.
I see. Okay.
All right. Don't know who this person is, but they look like they're having fun. And let's go make some new friends. Thank you all for hanging out today. We'll be back tomorrow for some RimWorld, starting at noon Pacific Standard, which is 6 hours ago today. So hopefully that helps with everything. We're going to hit raid. We're going to put in the name. I may or may not be on Discord later tonight. If I am, feel free to stop in and say hi. Voice chats are always public, so just pop in and say what's up. Not sure what I'm going to do. I might play some Magic. I might mess around on some Satisfactory stuff. There's many things I might do. But first and foremost, I'm probably going to go get some food after we go and say hi to Poku Tori. Thank you all for an amazing day. I'll see you tomorrow. Take care of yourselves and be well.